watching Big 12 baseball on ESPN, a midweek Lone Star showdown as Houston welcomes in number 2 Texas to Schrader Park in Houston. Texas coming off another series victory. Houston looking to bounce back 12-11 on the season. Number 2, Texas in town today, and a chance for the Houston Cougars to bounce back. With Kyle Rogers, I'm Jeremy Branham. Austin Ivan, third member of our crew, will be alongside shortly. Number 2 coming into town, a chance for the Cougars to get right.
And that's the thing, you know, in baseball, the most important game is the next one. And for the Cougars, 0-4 last week, but they competed early and they fell away late. In all 4 games of those losses, they were tied or in striking distance in that 8th inning.
An old Southwest Conference rival, the Texas Longhorns, number 2 in the country, just as good as anybody else in all of the land.
And that's the thing, when you look at this team, it only has 3 losses on the season. Their resume is real. They are the legitimate number 2 team in the country, the number 1 RPI, and that strength of schedule too backs up how they played.
Yeah, they're good across the board too. You see the numbers there on the mound, as good as anybody. And then, oh yeah, they can hit a little bit too.
Yeah, important numbers, potent numbers, 136 run differential this season. That is staggering.
It's a big number for sure. Houston on the other side. You look at some of their talent, they got it. Trey Broussard, maybe the most talented of them all. You see where he's projected to go in the draft. And they're getting him on the defensive side of things too, with numbers that have been tremendous.
And that's the thing, finally getting him back and feeling healthy, you know, having him in center field tonight. He is somebody that opens up the game with what he can do in the outfield, but also on the base paths. He is the epitome of pressure ball.
And the Cougars donning the Houston blue tonight against Texas as well. Houston, number 2 Texas, an old Southwest Conference rival. Longhorns Cougars first pitch coming your way next. Jim Schlossnagle starting 9 today for the Longhorns. Aiden Robbins has been swinging a hot bat for Texas.
He's somebody that's playing like an All-American, and he puts up some big numbers. And this is a team that opened up the month scoring 10 runs in 6+ games to open up the season, open up March. And this is someone that coming in tonight absolutely looking to keep that momentum going.
And then a pretty steady starting 9 for Texas. Don't really go to their reserves a ton. They have a short bench, but a very talented one for Jim Schlossnagle and the Texas Longhorns, wearing their burnt orange tonight. Cougars on the bump. We'll go with the freshman, Caleb Kimball, who's only pitched 2 1/3 this season.
Yeah, he's had a small sample size, but getting thrown into the fire tonight. He is someone that came on to start Game 3 of the Arkansas Pine Bluff series and worked around some damage. He's a legitimate two-way athlete for the Cougars, but he's a fastball, 90-93, slider, curveball, and a changeup, part of a 4-pitch mix.
The defense around Caleb Kimball. Trey Broussard, the man back in center, which opens up some things in the lineup. Blake Fields, of course, moves over to left.
And this is a stable defense. You know, only a handful of errors on the season. That outfield can cover so much ground. And with Broussard moving Fields over to left field, like you mentioned, that opens up the DH opportunities for them as they can plug and play with that lineup later in games.
Houston wearing that Houston blue. What do you think of the uniforms for the Cougars?
It's a unique look, and they're trying to see what they can do to change the mojo after turning the page after a rough week. And for them, maybe look good, play good. That's what they hope tonight here at Schrader Park.
Houston has lost 6 of their last 7, 4 in a row. Texas, on the other hand, 20-3. Only the 3rd time they've been 20-3 in the last 21 years. They had that tough luck loss in their opener over the weekend against Auburn, but bounced back nicely, winning the last 2 games and taking the series over number 5 Auburn. Did lose a midweek last week, Texas did. Fell to Tarleton State, their first midweek loss of the year. Saw 6-1. They're 4-1 in midweeks, Texas. 3 of those 4 wins have been run rule victories. Good crowd on hand at Schrader Park. Good weather tonight as well. Good night to take in a game. Mendoza leads it off. And the first pitch, fastball inside at 93.
And Mendoza is one of those table setters for them from Bedford, Texas. He is somebody that's going to make Kimball earn that first pitch. But don't be mistaken, he is someone that can put a charge in to his first swing as well.
The 1-0. Misses in. Matt McKendry is the home plate umpire. Charles Bussey at first. Doug Williams, legend in the game, is the second base umpire. And then Jason Millsap over at third. I remember when Charles Bussey would go by Chuck. I'm old enough to remember that.
Does that make me feel old? Because I know that too.
Kimball in a hole, and he misses away. It's 3 straight out of the zone to begin the game for Houston's right-handed freshman.
So he came on in Game 3 of the Arkansas Pine Bluff series. It was suspended. He got a 3-up, 3-down frame, and then they got a 3-run home run to be set up for a potential run rule fashion, and he overcomes some wavering there.
It's the 3-0 over for a strike. She tries to get back into the count.
So he had a drop third strike on a wild pitch, and then he walked the next 2 batters before he was able to get out of it to preserve that run rule decision.
Houston looking for some pitching. Haven't seen a whole lot of him this year as the fastball misses in. Kimball looks over at his dugout a little bit, kind of wondering where that was. McKendry would tell you it's inside, and it's a leadoff walk for Mendoza.
For Mendoza, making him earn those pitches. Never had to swing the bat, looked at everything, and now he looks at an opportunity to take his place over at first.
So out of the stretch as he'll get set for Anthony Pack Jr. Freshman on freshman here. Pack Jr., almost a 300 hitter so far in his freshman campaign. He bats with a runner at first and nobody out. It's in at the knees for strike 1.
And it looked like a straight take all the way, but for Kimball, able to finally groove that strike over. See, that sets him up better here in the second Longhorn he faces.
OPS north of 900 for the freshman Pack. Lifted foul along the third base side, and Kimball ahead at no balls and 2 strikes. Schlossnagel call for the game from his dugout. You see a lot of that nowadays. A lot of times we'll send the head coach, manager sends the signs into the third base coach. They've cut out the middleman. Houston now will shift Pack with a 0-2 count. Mendoza draws a throw. 5 stolen bases, 5 tries this year from Mendoza. Last year he led Texas at 15 stolen bases a season ago. The Longhorn leader in that category. 3 infielders on the right side. Lifted in the air to center. Broussard into the gap. Makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
Really a tale of two different batters faced for Kimball. 4 pitches, 5. You include the strike he got in between on the walk he issued to Mendoza. And that one right there to Pack Jr. able to dictate the tone of that at bat. 3 pitches and winning the leverage count 0-2 to get his first out.
It shows you the importance of getting ahead, huh?
Absolutely. Everything changes. You know, he had him an 0-2 hole and was able to get that routine fly out to left center as a result.
Aiden Robbins, look at those numbers. He's been phenomenal for the Longhorns. Been on a tear as well. A stretch over the weekend where he had 3 home runs in a stretch of 5 at-bats. A Seton Hall transfer. It was a Big East first-team selection a season ago. Of course, could make a case the most notable baseball alum in Seton Hall history. Craig Biggio made his name in Houston after was drafted by the Astros Hall of Fame career. Mendoza draws a throw. Leadoff walk. The runner at first. Shift is on for the Cougars as well. They're playing Robbins to Poole. 3 infielders on the left side. As the fastball misses up. Houston likes to deploy this a little bit more late in the count with an advantage count, but not the case with Robbins. They're in the shift from the first pitch.
Yeah, obviously telling you they know what he tends to do with the tendency, so they're putting as many of their sure gloves on that side.
Lifted in the air to right center. Broussard into the gap again, this time at right center. And he tracks it down for the second out of the inning.
Cougar fans happy to see Broussard back out there in center field. That's 2 balls out his way, 1 to left center, that one to right center. Couple steps either way as he has gloved both outs here in the opening frame.
Kimball, the hometown kid, making just his 3rd start, or his 3rd appearance rather, as a Cougar. How tough is this moment, you think, going up against a team as prolific as Texas? And he's had 2 shaky appearances.
Well, that's the thing, you're trying to get over those jitters, and now you get the ball and you get thrown into the fire against the top, ranked Hortons, number 2 in the country. And so in facing the Longhorns, for him, that first pitch strike is crucial. And if he can get that over, you can settle in. And if he can get a quick opening frame, that can also help him build confidence coming back for the second.
Couldn't do it against Mendoza, did it against Pack and Robbins. Falls behind Borba here. Good fastball in the outer half, levels the count. Look at the Longhorn lineup. 3 hitters with an OPS north of 1,000 coming into today's game. Fouled back, ball and 2 strikes.
And when you look at the Cougar pitching struggles, it's been a lot of nibbling versus trying to go after hitters. And so for right here with Kimball, and we'll talk more about, the Cougars on the mound, but for him right now, it's about just attacking. You want to fill up the zone. Hits are going to happen, but you got a great defense behind you, but you have a leverage count again to see if you can get back into that dugout.
Always that fine line, when to nibble, when to pound the zone, changes hitter by hitter. The chess match.
And even that right there, you see him pick off, and you can pick off as many times as you want in the college game. A lot of times too, with the pitch clock winding down, that's the easiest thing, just a quick flip over and you get a new 20.
Chopper foul wide of 3rd. Mendoza started to break to 2nd, didn't love his jump, put on the brakes. He stays put. That chopper going right over the feet of Nolan Cain. Ball and 2 strikes from Kimball, the pitch. That's over our heads and out of play.
So you just got to keep throwing strikes for the Horns, seeing if they can make that 2-strike adjustment.
Leadoff walk by Mendoza, the runner at first. Kimball is able to get the next 2 Longhorns to fly out to Broussard in center. Another throw over to first. Why not, with Mendoza showing a couple of steps to second on the previous pitch.
And the pitch clock was at 4 when he made his move.
A lot of attention being paid to Mendoza. This is a count you like to run on. Ball and 2 strikes. You pitch out of the zone. You're able to still second on it. Runner in scoring position. If he gets thrown out, then you lead off the next inning with your cleanup man. Not moving here though. His fastball misses up and away. 2-2.
That's the thing too. Often trying to expand the zone in those 2 strike counts. That was a fastball away, and actually would have been to the benefactor of Jackson behind the plate as he caught it going out. Should there have been any attempt. So you got to be careful when you nibble. It's great on a breaking ball, but on the high fastball, you then go into the catcher's wheelhouse with it.
Jackson destined to see a lot of time behind the dish over the next couple of weeks. With the news of Dylan Maxey, going to miss a little bit of time. Ankle injury. So he'll put on the tools of ignorance for Houston for the next few weeks or so, couple of weeks. Jackson has really improved offensively. We'll talk about him a little bit more when he's on the offensive side of things. 2-2 between Kimball and Borba. Big battle. Borba spoiling some pitches. He fouls off another.
Yeah, Borba doing a really good job here of making adjustments, and this is a guy that's hit several long balls and some tape measure blasts at that, but he's also showing you that he's going to protect the plate too. He'll make you pay over it, but he's not going to let you win on the corners either.
Texas, much been made about their offensive approach from last season. Schloss-Nichols said, yeah, we'd run into some home runs here and there. Didn't feel like we were as competitive, though, when we weren't doing that. Seeing pitches, long at bats, and Troy Tulowitzki taking the reins on that. There goes the runner again. Jam shot popped towards the Cougar dugout, and the catch is made. Is that Matt Gardner in the dugout making the catch? Riley Jackson's banged up. I wonder if he was hit on the follow-through.
Yeah, Coach Ty Whitting was real quick to come out of that top step to make sure he was okay. But take one more look at this. Watch the follow-through of the swing of Borba.
Oh, yeah.
And didn't hit by much, but obviously that back part of the cap, it just got enough. And so, of course, player safety, they're making sure he is okay. Trainer coming out for the Cougars, too, now. But head coach Todd Whitting giving him a pat on the backside, letting him know he's got confidence in him.
So there is a such thing as follow-through interference, but there's no penalty to the offensive team. All it does is it kills the play. So wouldn't be a good scenario to describe it here, because if you get a swing and a miss on a 2-2 count, the inning's over. It's strike 3. But if it happened on a 2-1 count, swing and a miss, follow through, catches Jackson in the helmet, it's a dead ball, and the runner has to go back to where he was at the time of the pitch. Obviously here it's where you're at anyway, so, but it's no penalty to the hitter. Jackson coming out, trying to throw out the runner just in case, too. So unlucky as the 2-2 delivered again. Just misses. Pushes it full. The battle between Kimball and Borba continues.
And that's a great spot right there if you're Kimball, trying to see if you can expand the zone. It's a ball and a half length inside, but you see the 11th pitch of the bat coming up. So he and Borba also now 20 pitches already here for Kimball in the opening frame.
Runner goes, the payoff. That's inside, ball 4. Borba saw double-digit pitches in this plate appearance. And now a pair of walks from Kimball as the Longhorns have runners at first and second for Adrian Rodriguez.
He fouled off 6 pitches during that at-bat before looking at 2 close ones to take his place over at first.
It's a lot. Also, Borba with that walk extends his on-base streak to 17 games in a row. Gives the Longhorns a second base runner is Adrian Rodriguez. The switch-hitting shortstop steps into the box with that open, squatted stance. That misses away, ball 1. Rodriguez back to switch hitting. Had to give that up last year. He had an issue with his left hand that prevented him from switch hitting. Still, though, played all over the field. 14 starts at second, 13 at third, 8 in the outfield, 14 as a DH. And he has taken over that shortstop position. So he watches a strike, 1-1. Freshman All-American a year ago. Said he shedded a few pounds to be able to handle the rigors of playing short. Off speed, low and away.
I lost over 20 pounds. You know, you see someone, this is a guy that transformed his body in his second year, and he looks the part of a high-profile shortstop here for the Horns now.
And we should ask him his secret.
Yeah, I'd love to know.
That's high and away, ball 3. Kimball's already walked 2 Longhorns this inning and is in danger of walking his 3rd. The pitch count climbing too, 25 pitches.
That's the thing to keep your eye on, that pitch count, you know, already up to 25 because of the free passes and that long at bat that he lost to Borba. But that's what you're going to see, you know, working counts. That's what Longhorns have had success this year, is they see their 3rd walk here of the opening frame.
Yeah, a lot of respect there, throwing a breaking ball on 3-1. It's going to load the bases. 3 walks in the inning. It'll be Demo Becerra. But first, a mound visit from Matt Gardner.
And this is just an opportunity to slow the game down here for your freshman on the mound. He had an opening walk, but he did a really good job of quick work to get back-to-back flyouts to Trey Broussard in center field. He lost a long battle to Borba, but then right there to Rodriguez, you know, only 1 pitch was close to the zone on a called strike. And now you're looking at the bases full of guys you put there.
Yeah, you wonder how much that plate appearance against Borba, the battle there, took a toll on him. Harrison Bichelle warming up in the Cougar pen. I mean, 26 pitches in a frame is a lot. And as you mentioned, Gardner going out there, letting him catch his breath. But only has pitched in 2 games this year. He threw 16 pitches on the 13th against Kansas State. And then the game that you referenced earlier against Arkansas Pine Bluff came on the 7th. He threw 36 pitches there, but he spread it out over a couple of innings. And
you see his ball to strike breakdown right here. You know, he has not been competing in the zone 50-50 in what we have seen here so far.
Dangerous spot as Becerra steps in. Fastball pumped in for strike 1. Becerra, 3 years at Stanford. He gained the weight that Adrian Rodriguez lost, at least half of it. Put on 10 pounds of muscle in the offseason. Watches another strike 0-2. And Becerra's elevated those home run totals. The weight has done him good. 5 home runs through 23 games this season for the Longhorns.
He does a really good job of getting his lower half involved, and if he can do so here, he's got to protect the 2 strikes, of course, but they're looking to see if they can capitalize on those free passes.
The 0-2. Good block by Jackson. Saved a run.
You can have so much confidence as a pitcher when you can throw a pitch in the carpet of this all-turf playing surface and have a guy like that in Jackson quickly come over to his side and show that lateral range to keep the runners where they are.
He hit him with that lateral movement. That was a tough one too. You saw the height of that hop. It got him all the way on the chest protector above the belly button. Got him on the hands. The fastball rides inside. It hits Becerra, and Texas is on the board without a hit in the inning.
I say they've barely had to swing the bat, and you know they're taking advantage of pitches out of the zone. This is a pitch that runs inside. Becerra, you see right here, is going to stop his hands and actually go to bring them in to protect, and it's going to hit off that pad on top of his left hand, and he takes his place over on first.
It's that Bagwell pad. 3 walks and a hit by pitch in the inning. 1-0 Texas. It makes it even more frustrating for Kimball is that it happened in a pitcher's count, 2-strike count. Ashton Larson, the left-handed DH now. That's outside, ball 1.
Yeah, walks and, you know, losing leverage counts, the bugaboo for any pitcher. You know, all those guys he has put on 3 walks and a hit by pitch. But that one right there, you tried to see if you could bring a fastball inside, and too much as it goes into the batter's box and hits him.
And not a hole in this lineup, too. Larson, the 7-hole hitter. The number's tremendous. Watches a strike, 1-1. Larson was a freshman all-SEC team selection in 2024 at LSU. Last 2 seasons in Baton Rouge, and moved west to Austin. Fastball on the outside corner, 1-2. Larson was a 20th round draft pick in the 2023 MLB draft at a high school at drafted by Minnesota. So Kimball again ahead at a ball and 2 strikes. Larson protects as he lifts it foul, still 1-2.
Say pitch number 35 here upcoming for him, and then you see right there, look at Shasta in the stands. Cougar fans hoping to see them get out of this jam here in the early going.
That's a ton of pitches. That's approaching the number where it's probably a max for an inning. Maybe the last hitter at this frame for Kimball, no matter the result. Tipped foul. In and out of the mid of Jackson, and Larson stays alive.
It just got a piece of a fastball, and it almost was something that Jackson was able to squeeze, hitting off that mid. For Kimball, can he do it again?
Those are always tough on a catcher because you want them so badly, and really it's, I don't think that's a skill play. More the bounce, the ricochet off the bat. Off speed misses low and out. So Mendoza leadoff walk scored on the Becerra hit by pitch. Borba walked, he's at third. Rodriguez walked, he's at second. Bases full. Kimball trying to limit the damage. Again, lifted foul. Hasn't had that put away pitch this frame. Tex doing a great job of battling. We saw it with Borba. Becerra gets hit on a 2-strike count. Larson here spoiling some pitches.
And you see he's tried to work away here to the lefty hitter that he's facing right now in Larson. But Larson, good job of just extending the hands right there to spoil it off.
I don't see a radar gun, and I don't see. Oh, yeah, MPH.
Foul back. Well, here's Schlossnagel and Tulowitzki in that Texas dugout. You love what you see with the way the Longhorns have been battling against Kimball. The 9th pitch of the at-bat. Nearly 40 pitches in the first frame. Swing and a miss. Jackson taps the plate for the force. Then Kimball escapes further trouble. He limits the damage to 1. The Longhorns take the early lead, 1-0. One 1-0 Texas lead. Todd Whitting starting 9. Tyler Cox has been getting it going offensively for the Cougars, trying to get on in front of Trey Broussard.
And he is somebody that's moved around, starting the season at the top, moved down to the 9-hole, built some confidence, was a do-everything-you-need guy. Now he's going to see if he can be that guy at the top of the Cougar lineup to start them off tonight.
Blake Fields in the 3-spot too, trying to get on base ahead of Xavier Perez. As the Cougars will face Texas righty Jason Flores.
Flores has been used in short stints. This is a good chance for him to potentially have a good developmental outing where they could stretch him out a little bit. As you see, that ERA is high in the small sample size on the season, and already he's got a 1-run lead as he toes the rubber for the first time.
Defense behind Jason Flores. A defense that can really pick it. Excited to see what Rodriguez can do it short behind his starter.
Yeah, this is a defense you can have a lot of confidence in. They make plays that other teams simply don't. That's why they are so good at turning a play.
Interesting reading the scouting report on Jason Flores. 7-pitch mix. How often do you see that? 7-pitch mix.
Yeah, that's where you start to wonder, hey, so what's he experimenting with that you can say 7? Because off the top of your head, you're thinking, all right, maybe 2 fastballs, 2 breaking balls, a changeup. Okay, well, that's 5. What else do you got?
And it says he's only been pitching for 3 years. Infielder most of his life. So it's averaging over 2 pitches a year, right? I mean, he's got 7 pitches, been pitching for 3 seasons. He throws the whole kitchen sink at you, and he's got some velo on top of it. As Cox digs in for Houston, and he watches one of those 7 pitches for strike 1. Cox is starting to find his groove offensively. Suddenly that average is up to 328. After a bit of a slow start, he's hitting 3 in a row. And he just got nicked. Got grazed by Jason Flores, and Tyler Cox gives Houston a leadoff base runner.
And that right there, a check swing and the fastball running inside hits him right off that hand, and he takes his place over at first. So both sides now issuing a opportunity to the other side in the first batter faced. For Kimball, it was a walk. He did hit a guy too, but Flores right there, a hit batter on 2 pitches.
Here's Trey Broussard, has reached base safely in 5 in a row. His numbers are pretty unbelievable as Jason Flores gets a stern talking to from Matt McKendry. Looked like he came set before Broussard was looking at him, which is a no-no. Broussard watches one away. Broussard, the numbers have been unbelievable, as we'll show you here in just a moment, but also the timeliness of these numbers, the clutch factor. Had a big home run over the weekend, but Houston just couldn't pull through at the end. That OPS over 1,300. Lifts it foul, 1-1. To add a little bit more muscle to his frame, so he's hitting for more power, and Major League Baseball teams are clamoring over Trey Broussard in the upcoming Major League Baseball draft.
And even when he was less than 100%, you saw, that he still had all the tools there. And the best sign for the Cougars, he legged out on infield singles. He was working his way back, but now healthy, and he multi-hit games immediately.
Smokes this one to left, but it slices to Pack. Makes the grab for out number 1. Let's head down to the third member of our crew, Austin Ivan, for the first time tonight. Good evening, Austin.
Good evening, Jeremy. If you ask any of the Texas players for a scouting report on Houston, they'll tell you that they don't have one. And that's intentional by head coach Jim Schlossnagle. In his mind, it's on the coaching staff to know the strengths, weaknesses, the tendencies of the opponent. He wants his team to focus on all their individual games. Now, he does give the hitters a brief overview of the pitcher they are about to face, but for his pitchers, he wants them to be locked in on advancing in the count and throwing as many strikes as possible. It sounds simple, but that formula has translated to the Longhorns being the number 2 team in the country, guys.
A lot of victories for Texas. Schlossnagle in his 2nd season at the helm. Over 1,000 wins in his career now, so who are we to argue?
Well, and that right there, simplifying the approach. We'll tell you and we'll put you in the position to have success. Your job, just execute what we tell you to do.
That keeps it simple, right? What's the old KISS method? Keep it simple. Chopper to third. Becerra to second for 1. Toss over to first, and Flores, just what the doctor ordered. An inning-ending double play erases the leadoff hit by pitch. And after 1, Texas a 1-0 lead. the palm trees, native to Texas. Does this qualify as a Chamber of Commerce evening?
I think you'll go ahead and take it, and they will absolutely take it as they take in the game on that right field berm.
There are worse seats in the house. 1-0 Texas after an inning. "39 pitches for Caleb Kimball in the first as he's back out for his second inning of work.
And that swing and miss on strike 3 was the first swing and miss he had against the Longhorn hitters in that opening frame as he faced 7.
That is a look.
8-9-1. First pitch in for a strike. Chayton Duplantier leading it off for the Longhorns from Summer Creek High School in Humble, Texas. They only produce the finest from Humble, Texas. Duplantier offers at the pitch, trying to bunt his way on, comes up empty 0-2. Got a brother, John Duplantier, who's now with Arizona, the Diamondbacks. Pitched at Rice, just down the road. Kimball from the wind. It's downstairs. Only saw Kimball from the wind once last inning. The leadoff walk to Mendoza. You know, sometimes pitchers will go to the wind with the bases loaded, or runners at third, 2 outs, stuff like that. Not the case for Kimball. He stayed in the stretch. Make of that what you will. Just misses 2-2.
We've also seen, relief pitchers come on and start a clean inning, and they work exclusively from the stretch because they'll tell you, hey, the most high leverage pitch or the most high intensity pitch I'll throw will come out of the stretch. I'd rather just go ahead and stay in it.
Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Kimball. Duplantier first out of the second.
Take a look at this. The strikeout stuff is there. It's about him being effective. And this one right here, able to groove a fastball low and outside to draw the swing from Duplantier. And you can expand the zone when you work quickly and attack in the count early versus trying to work back in a different count.
Here's Andrew Ermis getting a start behind the dish today. Get Carson Tinney off his feet as Ermis watches a strike. Junior from San Antonio. Doesn't play a whole lot. This is only his 7th game, 5th start, but he's hitting 500. Misses low and in. 1-1. Ermis wondering what he's got to do to get in the lineup, but he's behind one of the best catchers in the country in Carson Tinney. High pop. Just to our left. Ooh. That was almost did some damage.
Got scary real quick there, didn't it?
I think a gentleman protected what I think is his date. I don't know that for sure. Knowing my luck, it's probably his sister. Protecting his date, I think it was going to hit her head, but he blocked it. He shielded her. Chivalry is not dead. Called strike 3. Kimball freezes him with the heat. It's 3 strikeouts by Caleb Kimball.
And this is the guy that the Cougars wanted to see get some more work in the starting role. What you see right here, quick work on the mound, and then right there once again grooving bottom part of the zone, a fastball. And this one right here, it's his first backwards K, but 3 strikeouts in a row tells you he's got the good stuff.
You can tell by Ermis's reaction, he thought it was below the knees. Up to the top for Mendoza again. Mendoza, of course, led off the first with that leadoff walk and has scored the game's only run. Strike on the inside half, 0-1. Kimball just needed 40 pitches to get going. That's down.
Yeah, maybe he's one of those guys that likes to have a long time in the bullpen, so that when they come in, they've already gotten over that hump, of the exhaustion of that first win. He got over his first win, obviously, in that first inning, out there for a long time, but he looks like a totally different pitcher here in his second inning of work.
And it goes back to your point earlier, getting ahead and facing the bottom of the order. A little, not to put down the bottom of the Texas order. Their numbers are insane at the bottom, but there's a reason they're down there. 2-1 to Mendoza. Rolled to short, Cox off the left foot, flips it across, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Caleb Kimball in the second. Nice bounce back inning by the freshman. Middle of 2, 1-0 Longhorns.
Cougs and their fans are some of the most dedicated in football. It's a fundamental quality we share, and that fuels every single order of our hand-battered cooked-to-order chicken fingers. Every crispy crinkle-cut fry, every slice of buttery Texas toast, and you'll taste it with every dip into our legendary cane sauce.
Wherever there's football, there's Raising Cane's. Go Cougs.
Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. One love.
Proud sponsor of the University of Houston Athletics.
Our orthopedic care is shaped around you. And you. And you. Because customizing treatments and using breakthrough techniques is how your comeback starts. Like 3D printing for ultra-precise joint replacements and providing the same specialty care as we do for the Houston Rockets. So you return sooner, stronger, better. This is orthopedic care designed for you. Memorial Hermann, advancing health, personalizing care.
Momentum. It's what launches us forward, develops life-saving vaccines, and helps children regain mobility. Momentum is Pulitzer Prize winners, championship contenders, and building a new medical school from the ground up. Momentum is more than just moving forward. It's being unstoppable. Can't stop Houston. Can't stop us.
Howdy from Houston. A giveaway before today's game, those cowboy hats. Who said the rodeo was over?
And one size fits most? Because that definitely wouldn't fit my head.
I've never heard it referred to that way. One size fits most.
When you got a hat that's 7 5/8, you just kind of accept defeat when you can.
7 5/8, huh?
That's a big head.
It's a lot of brain in there.
You would hope.
Good looking hats, though. Makes sense to give those away. A matchup of a couple of Texas teams. Probably the most significant matchup in this series history, the 2014 Super Regionals at Dish Falk, which the Longhorns swept Houston 2-0 on their way to the College World Series. First pitch to Perez, high and tight.
So these are two teams that have the opportunity to put up some big offensive numbers, but with the Cowboy hats, in my personal backing, I'd rather see a pitcher's duel.
Well, you're a pitcher.
I'm biased.
Yeah, you have a healthy bias there. Schlossnagle, 7 College World Series appearances in his career. Went to 1 at TCU when Whitting was on the staff, 2004 through 2010. Whitting an assistant under Schlossnagle at TCU. Whitting was an assistant under Rainer Noble at Houston. Went to TCU and had a lot of success there before eventually coming back to Houston, his alma mater, where he's now in his 16th season. Schlossnagle's in year 2 at Texas after he spent 3 years at A&M. A lot of Aggies feeling some sort of way about that, but took the Aggies to 2 College World Series in his 3 seasons in College Station, including the national runner-up in his final year at Texas A&M. One of the best in the business.
Yeah, the results speak large. I mean, you see his, career record, but you mentioned the College World Series appearances, and he's done it at TCU, he's done it at A&M, he's done it at Texas. This is somebody that knows what it takes to get to Omaha, and he'd love to find a way to win it all.
You don't win 1,000 games by accident. Chopper to third. Throw it across. And Becerra, who started the double play to end the first, gets his second put out as he retires Perez for out number 1.
Here you see it's the big hop. He comes in to get it. He knows he's got a little extra time, so 2 quick steps on that gather and the good feed across the diamond.
It's one of the best things you can see as an infielder is that big hop.
I know you got all the time in the world, and rather than try to play it on the short hop after, he comes up and gets it and takes that momentum right into his gather, step, and throw.
McLean Helton trying to bunt his way on. Misses the first offering. Helton riding a 4-game hitting streak. I just noticed that on Becerra on that replay. They had the SEC patch on their right sleeve. Becerra, underneath the SEC patch, it said graduate. That's a pretty cool touch. I like that.
I do like that. Now, student and athlete, these are guys that get it done on the field and off, and they're right there telling you he is somebody that's had success in the classroom too.
That's a nice touch. Low and away, 1-2. Well, Becerra did start his collegiate career at Stanford. That probably set him in the right path.
Academically inclined, you mean?
Some good academics in Palo Alto. So I hear. 1-2 to Helton. That's the off speed that misses a bit outside.
Just a bit.
Flores has looked good since that leadoff hit by pitch to Cox, though.
And it was quick work, 1-1, got that line out from Broussard, and then another 1-1, gets that double play. He's somebody that's attacking the zone.
Becerra got the degree at Stanford while he was there. First-generation college grad. As Flores gets his first strikeout of the night, catches Helton looking for out number 2.
Take one more look at this. You see, set up outside and just able to groove it outside for that strike 3. Helton can do nothing but walk back to the third base dugout.
Yeah, he was looking for something off speed. Something with some movement on it. He got frozen by Flores. There's Jackson, who took a follow through to the head a little bit earlier. Watches the first one away. Jackson has increased his offensive output this season, second year as a Cougar. Jam shot to the left side. Rodriguez plays it on a hop, unleashes the throw to first. And Jason Flores matches Kimball with a 3-up, 3-down inning in the second. 1-0 Longhorns after 2. One nothing, Texas. Still searching for our first hit of the game either way. Caleb Kimball back out for his third inning of work for the Cougars. Kind of interesting looking at he and Flores. Kimball's thrown 52 pitches, Flores 20 through 2.
He had a really good second inning in that 3 down frame. You know, he got 2 more strikeouts to his line, but 13 pitches is all it took. You know, a much different second than what we saw from him in the first.
Oh, yeah, night and day. Here comes a Pack for his second plate appearance. Pack flew out to center in the first. Backdoor breaker for a strike.
You mentioned earlier back in the first, you know, he had a 3-ball count and he threw that. You know, it still ended up being ball 4, but it tells you he's got confidence and he starts the third here with one.
Got to change the looks. It's a strike on the inside corner as Lalima now will. There you go. There goes Lalima from third base to second. Shift is on.
And this is what we're used to seeing, or Cougar fans especially, you know, that 2-strike count, they then really go big into the defensive numbers and moving guys around.
A little low, little away. Tried the backdoor breaker again. Looking for the chase there.
And he's been pitching backwards. He has yet to throw a fastball here in this at-bat.
Yeah, second time through the order. Changing the approach a bit. Gets a chase, but Pack able to get a piece of it, rolls it foul into his own dugout.
And that was a breaking ball away that he was just able to keep the hands through to hook around on to stay alive.
Yeah, those are the ones as a pitcher you want to be in play. You know, weak contact, weak grounder. Got a rollover on it. But Pack spoils it, stays alive at 1-2. Lifts this one high in the air to right. Perez camps underneath. And he squeezes the can of corn for out number 1.
And I'm glad he saw it because I lost it into the clouds right off the bat. But that right there is what the Cougars want to see from Kimball. And he did it in the second. He did it here to start the third. Working quickly, getting strikes, and then able to finish guys off when you have that leverage count.
Robbins' 3-game hitting streak flew out to center as well back in the first, 0 for 1. As Kimball has suddenly retired 5 in a row. Inside, just missed him. Look at Aiden Robbins, the Seton Hall transfer. Look what he's been doing for the Longhorns. What a find in the portal.
Yeah, you look at the numbers of what he was able to do before he come over, and this is a guy that has consistently found himself in the middle of Texas's biggest innings offensively here in 2026.
9 offensive categories. It's a lot of categories. This one over to the berm, first base side, 1-1.
Oh, good competition there.
Yeah, it's a Royal Rumble on the berms tonight. Look at those numbers. 9 homers, 28 RBIs. Anytime you get an OPS north of 1,000, you're doing something. Got a little speed, too. 7 stolen bases, 7 tries. Man center field, a premium defensive position. It's a great get. Rolled weakly to third. Lalima has to charge. Snaps it to first. Good throw. That was a good, strong throw on the left-right by Lalima at third.
Kimball getting what he wants, you know, that weak contact on the ground ball, but your defense, you know, getting the spotlight. Jackson Lima, what he could do over there at third, the charge, the feed, look at everything about him. He's deep over there in the hot corner, fielding and that throw across his body with the momentum taken towards home, and it's right on the line.
Hey, you don't see those kind of throws with the, you know, those left rights. You know, off balance throw to the bag at first. 2 quick outs for Kimball in the third. Borba had that 11-pitch walk. Pops this one to left, jam shot, fields is in, and another 1-2-3 inning for Caleb Kimball. Has retired 7 in a row. Middle of the third, 1-0 Texas. 136 all-time meetings between these two teams. Of course, they used to share the Southwest Conference with one another way back in the day. Texas looking for win number 100 over Houston in this long history between the two sides.
And Texas has had success. You know, they've won 9 of the last 12, but the Cougars, trailing by just 1, would love to see what they can do to even that score here.
Flores has faced the minimum as he gets the bottom of the order for the first time. Watches a strike, does Easton Winfield. Winfield had a big series over the weekend. He's forcing himself into the lineup. Houston junior. And a Texas transfer. That goes downstairs, a ball and a strike. So maybe Winfield a little chip on his shoulder tonight, more than usual. Who knows? That's off the outside edge, 2-1. Winfield started his career at Louisiana Monroe. Last season was at Texas, where he appeared in 24 games. Was 13 for 52, hit .250 on the 40 acres. That misses away.
He's a guy that is very loud when he connects. He's got some great tools. You know, probably one of the best rookie seasons in the Sun Belt 2 years ago for the Warhawks. As you mentioned, you know, success last year, but not quite the same when he went to UT.
He's facing a former teammate. 3-1. Watches one. Fastball at 94 from Flores. Houston fans weren't pleased by the call. I thought it was in there.
You know, we saw with Kimball on the mound, you know, Kimball was working bottom part of the zone too, and he was getting several of those calls.
The payoff. Called strike 3. Froze him with the heat. Flores with a second strikeout of the night.
So got it the pitch before, went right back there, just moved it a little bit more inside, but able to pull the trigger on the bottom part of the zone. Matt McKendry pulling the trigger on strike 3.
Yeah, I wonder if Winfield thought it was low or inside. Curious. His perspective. Looked like across the knees on that last replay, though. You know, it's a natural batting stance as Lima steps in. Which I think is interesting with the new ABS that they're trying out in the bigs. Who knows if that'll ever come to college. You need a lot of technology for that. That they're going with the natural height. They're going with the height instead of the natural batting stance. Lima takes a strike, 1-1.
And we've seen, you know, some guys' heights, you know, kind of fluctuate as a result because it's an accurate measurement telling you they're this tall, so it's going to be from here to here.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the players like, hey, I'm shrinking. Let's make the strike zone smaller, or if that was Major League Baseball getting accurate heights. I haven't really kept up to see which side is which, but not something we worry about at this level, at least not yet.
Well, and I actually, you know, I saw a comparison the other day of Altuve versus Judge and their strike zone for how they say the measurement, and it's really not quite as staggering of a difference as I thought it would be.
You see a lot of rules in college baseball, though, that eventually get applied to the bigs as Lima takes a heater right in the back, right between the 5 and the 1. Second hit batter by Flores. Only 2 base runners have reached for Houston have been hit by pitches. Now Flores erased Cox in the first with a double play.
Oh. And this one right here, you know, deep in the count, tried to see what he could do with the fastball. We see right out of the hand, just went towards Jackson Lima and went right into him.
Right that lower back. And you see Lima, the backdrop of the shot, still stretching it out a bit. That's not going to feel good.
So he takes his place over at first base with Matt Whitting, son of head coach Todd Whitting.
Yeah, what do you tell the dude that just got hit with a 93-mile-per-hour fastball in the lower back? You're going to be all right. You're good.
It's like, I can hit you on your other side. Maybe it'll even up the pain a little bit.
Yeah, you're just standing over here watching. Nothing you tell me right now is going to make me feel better. There goes Lima. Chopper to the right side. Only play's going to be at first. Savateri rolls one over to the right side, but he does advance Lima into scoring position. First time the Cougars have had a runner in scoring position tonight.
And good, first step movement by Lima as he was breaking on that pitch home. And that right there, the difference of what could have been another double play ball turn for Flores on the mound. But he's able to find a way to break it up and get up to second as the only play was at first.
I wonder what the call was there. But I wonder if they put it on, the hit and run, or if it was just a straight steal or not. There's Tyler Cox back to the top. He was hit by a pitch back in the first. Grounded to the left side for a hit. Lima's being waved. Here comes Pax Jr.'s throw to the plate. In time for the out. What a throw by Anthony Pax Jr. to cut down Lima at the dish. Whitting is challenging the play. And I could tell by what he was motioning to McKendry that he thinks that Ermis was blocking the path of Lima.
Yeah, take one more look at this. Just a great piece of hitting to put that ball out into left field, but take a look at the throw in from Pack Jr., the hop. But look at where you see Ermis was, and Whitting was very quickly out of the dugout to say, hey, look, I think he might have been impeding his path. But you see right there, his back foot looks like it's not blocking the plate from at least this vantage point.
It didn't start there, but it got there. But I wonder if it was the direction of the throw that moved it there.
Yeah, I think obviously, with it tailing towards that foul line coming in, there you see the call. It was a great throw coming in from Pack Jr., but Whitting immediately out. Couple words he had with Jackson Lima as he was, getting up out of the carpet, and immediately we saw the earmuff signals as we are in our first replay review of the night.
Yeah, the purpose of this challenge isn't to, it's to ultimately change the call, but it's not if he beat the throw, not if he beat the tag. The challenge here is if Ermis was blocking the path of Lima. It's a great play by Pack, however you slice it. That was an outstanding throw.
And Cougars, being aggressive, they love to try to keep that tempo and force other teams to make plays. There was no hesitation in Lima trying to go home on that ball through the 56 hole on the ground as it went rolling out to Pack Jr.
Yeah, lost in the commotion too. That was the first hit of the game.
You were correct. That's right. And, I had to think back, and I was like, yeah, no, we've had, some very good. I said I wanted to see a pitcher's duel. It seems like we might have seen it. We also may be seeing a defensive clinic, depending on the outcome of this call.
Here come the umpires back onto the field. Doug Williams will deliver the verdict. So, I think it was the direction of the throw that led Ermis into blocking the path. I think he originally gave the lane there. So great play by Pack. It's held up. And after 3, Texas leads Houston 1-0.
You may not think of yourself as an athlete, but you do athletic feats. You swing, you block, you rush, you drive, you lift, you flip, and you tackle. So whether you're an athlete or not, The Joint Chiropractic can help keep you on the active list. The Joint Chiropractic. Don't do pain, do you. Visit today and get your first consultation, exam, and adjustment for just $29.
For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall. Peacemakers, risk takers, for the optimists, pessimists, exhibitionists, for long distance love, for the farsighted, nearsighted, for introverts and extroverts, for the thinkers and the doers, for old friends. Coca-Cola, for everyone.
Game's first hit led to the final out of the third. Texas continues to lead 1-0. Excellent defense by Anthony Pack Jr. gunning down Jackson Lima at the plate. And Caleb Kimball back out to the mound. After that shaky first inning with the command has been really good over the last two. He's retired 7 in a row.
Yeah, that's the thing, really settled in and how he was able to close the door on the first, and he has carried the momentum into the second and the third. 13 pitches and 9 pitches as he has faced 6 batters across those last 2 frames.
Our second look at the switch hitting Adrian Rodriguez. Takes low ball 1. Look at that. 39, 13, and 9. That's one-sided, lopsided.
You really like that second and third. You just go back to that first inning and say, hey, look, this is on you. Walks, hit by pitch. That's how your pitch got so far. So for, Coach Gardner, in talking to his freshmen, there's teachable moments that you can easily point to for how to build on.
Falls behind Rodriguez 2-0, though. Rodriguez walked in his first plate appearance. Kimball with a strike. Low and in. Kimball wanted it, gave it a little extended look towards the plate. 3-1. Rodriguez, he's listed as a top 5 draft prospect for the 2027 Major League Baseball draft. A lot, of course, can happen between now and then. Smokes this one foul. Over towards the third base camera well. 3-2.
I mean, you look at, the step he has taken from year 1 to year 2, the immediate success he has had here in 2026. If he can take even just a similar leap, not necessarily the same sizable leap from 1 to 2 as he can do it from 2 to 3, he is absolutely going to be somebody that's going to have his name called.
Payoff. Low and in. Rodriguez, second walk of the night. Gives the Longhorns a leadoff base runner. Fourth walk by Kimball. Let's head down to Austin Ivan. Austin?
Well, during every game, the saying "Con is running through Timo Becerra's mind. It means with guts. It's a popular Mexican expression that his family embedded in him at a young age. That's been his mindset on the diamond, but also in the classroom. Becerra, a first-generation college student, you guys mentioned it. The most impressive part is that he got his undergrad degree from Stanford. He said it was always a dream to get a high-level education because his parents weren't able to. He was also able to accomplish the goal of playing in the College World Series back in 2023. Coach Schlossnagle very excited and loves that he has an all-around winner, part of the Longhorns program now.
There goes the runner. Throw down to second. Hits him. It hits Rodriguez. Bounces to shallow left. He's going to try for third. Cox. The throw to third will be late. Rodriguez with the stolen base. He'll move to third. Will go down as a throwing error. And he gives Becerra, the veteran in this Longhorn lineup, as Austin pointed out, very gutsy player. Will bat with the runner at third, nobody out.
And that right there, he had a very good, first step jump as he was trying to take second. That throw ended up careening off of him and going out into shallow left center, and he just popped up quickly and scooted on up, and now he's 90 feet away for that man.
And tough luck on the error by Jackson. Made a pretty strong throw to the bag. He was just there a little late. Caromed off Rodriguez into shallow left. 1-1 misses down 2-1. You get Becerra, the veteran, in this lineup where he's been so solid. There's not a hole in this lineup. Even on an off day for Carson Tenney, there is not a hole. That misses away, goes to the backstop, and that will With a second run for Texas on the night, the wild pitch leads to Rodriguez crossing the pay station.
Both runs for the Longhorns tonight have come without a batted ball. You know, it was obviously walks and the hit by pitch that was able to bring one across in the first. This one here, a walk, stolen base, throwing error, and then wild pitch is how they put their second run on the board to retake the lead.
And that one didn't stand much of a chance. Jackson nearly was able to pick it on a tough hop. No chance to work around it, though, to get in front of it. Needed a glove save and a beauty and couldn't quite get it. As Houston get a mound visit. Matt Gardner with that pitch count now for Kimball up to 71 pitches. Starting to see some fatigue with him as well. And like he hasn't been in this area at all in his collegiate career.
And Caden Cooper getting loose now for the Cougars in the bullpen.
Most pitches that Kimball started at game's 36, and he's one pitch away from doubling that. With that in mind, Houston's going to go to the pen. Kimball solid, but he leaves the game with his team trailing 2-0. Houston will bring in another freshman, Caden Cooper, into the game. Seen him a few times, the 6'7" freshman trying to limit the damage as his team down by 2.
See, making his 10th appearance on the season. He's 1-0 with a sub-3 ERA across 15 in the third innings. Good strikeout numbers, plus 10, 15 strikeouts against 5 walks, and he is a 5-pitch mix freshman. He is a fastball up to 92, slider, curveball, changeup, and a cutter that he can mix in too. This is somebody that the Cougar pitching staff, head coach Todd Whitting, so excited about, and he has already pitched in some high leverage spots. He's been called on here in one of those as well.
He's been used in a variety of different roles. Of those 10 appearances, this is his 7th out of the bullpen. Has started a handful of games as well. Saw him on Sunday. Went 2 2/3 of an inning against Kansas and threw 17 pitches as he relieves Caleb Kimball, who goes 3 innings today. Didn't allow a hit to this potent Texas offense. The command wasn't perfect, but not a bad outing from the freshman.
And I think when you look at that, obviously the book's still open for what it's going to factor in terms of a decision in this game as they are down 2-0. But for him on the day, that 3 innings, he was effectively wild is probably how the best way you would put it. In that first inning, he struggled to establish his own 50 pitches or 50% ball to strike ratio, but he looked so good in the second and the third. And unfortunately, with his pitch count getting up, as you were talking about, I think, just fatigue setting in here in the 4th.
He's not used to getting the pitches up to that amount. But Texas doesn't get a hit off of you with this offense that they have. There's some promise from Kimball. Houston searching for some pitching. Stemmel Becerra at a 3-1 count takes a strike, 3-2. So the outcome of this at bat will close the book on Kimball, because he can actually still record the walk here, huh?
Yep.
We nerd out for you. Scoring nerds. Chop foul.
Well, and you always wonder when they make a change in the middle of an at-bat, is it something particular they saw? Is it something that came up in the conversation? As a pitcher, I would love to be able to finish off a hitter, but now, for him, he's going to be on that top step of the dugout, and he's going to be Cooper's biggest supporter from that third base dugout.
In on the hands. Did he catch the hand or the bat? Appeal to first. Bussey says he didn't go, and we're going to get an argument from the Cougar dugout. Whitting and Gardner both out of the dugout. Gardner's saying he heard that it hit the bat. McKendry immediately asked Bussey at first if he went, which, did he swing or not, of course? It's tough to tell. All these Texas hitters wear that hand pad, so I can understand how the sound can be similar off the bat, off the hand pad. It's hitting a hard object.
And he's obviously, shedded the pad as he's taking his spot over there at first. But as you mentioned, that pad right there, part of protecting. But it definitely, there was a sound that was audibly heard by fans. And as you mentioned, Coach Gardner, Coach Whitting right there too, saying they heard it. But that contact not ruling anything differently for them, as it is a base runner for the Longhorns.
It's also the second time that Becerra has been hit. Larson bats for the second time. A sweeping breaking ball for strike one. So does that hit by pitch go on Cooper or Kimball?
I believe it goes on Cooper because he's the one that threw it. It's the difference, the walk would have gone to Kimball, but Cooper, you're the one that pegged him.
High drive in the air to center. Broussard freezes in his tracks and now drifts back a bit. Makes the catch for out number one. Cooper would have also delivered ball four, though. You're the one that threw ball four. The alternate scenario.
That's true. This right there, a great job of Cooper responding, and it was well stung off the bat, but skied into the night sky. Trey Broussard waited on it and then take a couple steps back to glove it for the first out.
You were right. How dare I challenge you?
I'm right when I'm not wrong.
To be fair, I didn't challenge you. I just opened it up for discussion.
This is true. You challenged, debate.
That's what I tell my wife. Pickoff attempt at first. Becerra's back. So the hit by pitch, in case you're scoring at home, we'll go against Cooper. And if you are scoring from home, let us know. 2-0 Texas lead as we play in the top of the fourth. Becerra, the runner at first. It's a good breaking ball. And Plantier takes the strike. Talking to the Texas SID, Josh White, earlier, gave us great information, been helping us out throughout the broadcast. Told us that Duplantier's nickname is Gumbo. Well, why is it Gumbo? He said that he would put salad in his gumbo, and it just kind of stuck. And I've heard of potato salad in gumbo, which I think is very popular actually in the, Creole community.
But salad.
I've never heard of salad in gumbo. It doesn't seem to sound good. That's in on the hands too, but Duplantier didn't go anywhere at first. Then he took a step, and then McKendry said, no, stay here. Looked like it off the knob of the bat.
I think that was a late attempt to sell. Take one more look. He's going to check that swing, and it looks like it hit right off that knob of the bat.
Yeah, I mean, just the velo of the pitch. It hit the knob. If it didn't hit the knob, I mean, he would have been in pain.
Yeah, you'd have seen some reaction if that was hitting, even off that pad on the hand.
All these Texas hitters wear that pad, though. Some preventative injury focus, I suppose. It's a good idea. I mean, how many times you see or have heard of a hitter taking a pitch right in that hand, and you got a million bones in that hand. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but you got a million bones in that hand. But there's so many of them that could break. You hear that's a common baseball injury. So some preventative stuff, I suppose. Chopper to the left side. Cox only play at first. Will not get the speedster, and it gets by Helton as well. Goes all the way to the backstop. So the infield single, the throwing error, and Texas in business with runners on the corners and only one out.
And this is a tough play for Cox. Take one look at it. He comes running in, and he kind of gets caught as he's making that transfer, and that ends up throwing off the timing of the body that would have been in sync with the off-balance throw, and instead the throw's off the mark. So runners at the corners, but you saw Kane, third base coach for the Horns, quickly putting on the brakes to keep him right there. But a dangerous situation here for Texas.
Second error in the inning. Riley Jackson throwing error earlier. Longhorns already with a 2-0 lead, looking for a crooked number now in the fourth. Andrew Ermis struck out looking in the second. Duplantier over at first, 4 stolen bases, just legged out an infield single. He draws a throw. High pop in the air to right. Perez sizing it up. Becerra tagging from third, and he will score. Ermis does the job. Sacrifice fly. Texas adds another. 3-0 Longhorns.
And for Ermis right there, exactly, that's what his job was. Find a way to get him in. You had a man 90 feet away. You had an out to work with, and he skies one out to right field. And Perez standing under it, all he's got to do is know he's making the catch because the run was coming home no matter what there, as they have made it 3-0.
Ermis with the RBI, his 4th of the year. Mendoza, third time to the plate this evening. 0 for 1, walked and scored the game's first run. Throw to first. It's a good time to steal. It's worth the risk here, trying to get a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Worst case scenario, he gets thrown out, and you lead off the 5th inning with your leadoff man. And a second throw over. I think Duplantier has been leaning twice, but both throws over have not really been close.
Even that one right there looked like he was kind of, leaning to his right like you mentioned, but good long frame over there. He's able to maximize the reach with his body going back into the bag.
Big lead. There he goes. Throw down into center field. And it's a stolen base. 5th stolen base of the season for Gumbo.
And we had a scoring decision. It was an infield single for him to get on there. And, well, now he's adding a stolen base to his production on the base path tonight. Great job. And we saw, lean, but that hard 90, the quick movement for him as he scooted on up to second.
Sabateri did a good job forcing Duplantier to think that the tag was on him. Kept him at second base. Kind of deked him a little bit. Not a huge difference between second and third in this spot, though. 2-0. Houston thought that the count might have been different. Looks like the Cougars thought that first pitch to Mendoza should have been a strike. Whitting was out of the dugout asking the count. He thought it was 1-1, so he didn't agree with that first pitch to Mendoza. That's in for a strike. 2-1. And now the umpire is talking with Jackson. Did you see that? McKendry kind of got in the ear of Riley Jackson a bit. That could be cordial, though. Umpires and catchers usually have a great relationship with one another.
Unspoken at times, but, definitely want to make sure they're on the same page.
Huge lead. There he goes again. No throw. Wise of Jackson to put it in his pocket because Duplantier had a massive jump. His 2nd stolen base of the inning and his 6th of the year.
In this right here, just like before, you see aggression and then immediate threat with that speed as he is hustling and sliding into third without a throw over.
He stole that off Cooper. The 2-2 misses away. That said, Cooper's attention certainly has to be on the hitter with 2 outs, runner in scoring position.
And that's the thing, he would love to just finish off the batter he is facing. Yes, you've moved up, but if I execute my pitch here, you're going back to the dugout, and so am I with the inning over.
Count full now. First base is open, but Pack is on deck. Pop foul. Helton's going to give it a chase, but he runs out of real estate. And another battle for the baseball.
Souvenir night for one. And it looks like number 24 in red handing the ball off, very coyly to his dad on the left side of your screen. Just going, hey, you keep that.
Usually the adult gives to the kid. That time 2-4 handed it to the old man.
He wants to keep, being on the prowl for more foul ball. So, hey, you give me, my backpack.
Yeah, that's what it was. The old man's the storage. As he goes. Searches for more. The payoff. High. Jackson didn't catch that one cleanly. He just had to kind of pop that out of the glove. So Mendoza reaches for the second time tonight, both by virtue of the walk.
And that, like you mentioned, first base was open. You were behind in the count. The walk there is not the worst, but 5 walks here issued by Cougar pitching in this one, and the Longhorns have been able to take advantage.
And it's been a bugaboo for Houston recently, too, those free passes. That's something that they're trying to improve at. That one not close, high and away from Cooper. Pack 0 for 2, but his importance of the game has been seen. He threw out Lalima at the plate in the bottom half of the third. Kept the Cougars off the board with a fantastic throw. Outside, ball 2. Going to get a visit. Riley Jackson's going to go talk to Cooper. It'd be fun to watch the development and the growth of Anthony Pack. Really good looking freshman, batting in the 2 spot of this very good Texas offense. He's got all the potential in the world.
And you see right there, 5'10", 190 freshman. This guy is going to add strength. He's got the speed. He's got the arm we've already seen.
That's Baker getting it loose, the Cougar righty. Three 3-0 Texas. Runners on the corners with 2 down. Lined foul. Ooh. Off the facade of the baseball clubhouse.
Yeah, almost in the open window on that second story of the Player Development Center.
Yeah, that's what I was watching. I was watching if it was going to get up into that window, that open area. Got people up there, too. I don't know if they saw it and were scattering around or not. Hopefully they were. 2-1. Lifted foul. So Cooper back-to-back strikes to level the count against Pack. Deuces across the board. Cooper's 2-2. Misses with a backdoor breaking ball.
Cougar fans wanted that, and that right there, he looked like a good pitch out of his hand. You saw what he was trying to do. Take one more look outside, you see the break, but just doesn't quite get enough back in to get the call.
It's a good frame job by Jackson. Presented it well, but off that outside edge. There goes the runner from first, line foul. We'll do it again. Cooper, 22 pitches already in this inning in relief of Caleb Kimball. A couple of freshmen back-to-back for the Cougar pitching staff. There goes the runner from first, high and away, ball 4. Second walk issued this inning. Third walk issued this inning by Cougar pitching. Second by Cooper.
And this is something that, you know, the Cougar pitching staff is trying to get across about competing in the zone. The stuff is good. The stuff is good enough to get outs. But the walks, the deep counts, and it's the hope pitches versus the intent pitches that have extended innings as we've had two out walks here.
And Texas still with only 1 hit, but a ton of free bases. This inning alone, you've seen the 3 walks, a hit batter. The lone hit came in this inning. So a lot of traffic with the bases loaded. Gardner talking to his freshman. It'll be Aiden Robbins, too, the 8th man to bat. So a dangerous spot in this Texas lineup.
So
Here comes McKendry. I'm always fascinated with these conversations right here.
Well,
umpire gets to the mound. What are you guys chatting about?
Yeah, and there's whatever conversation was, it's already been happening, and it looked like it was a chance to, you know, challenge this young pitcher. But with Kendry coming out there, a chance to maybe kind of, you know, dial up the intensity of the moment for him to know, hey, look, we need you over the zone with your best pitch right here. You have a very tough hitter coming up in Aiden Robbins, but for now, I want you living over the plate with your best pitch. The results will happen, but it's got to come out of your hand with conviction first.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. Aiden Robbins in the box. High pop. That'll get out of play. Robbins 0 for 2. Leader in a bunch of different offensive categories for the Longhorns, and he's batting with a Longhorn on every base. Cooper starts ahead 0-1. That's up. It's a ball and a strike. We saw Kimball's pitch count get high in the first inning. Cooper's pitch count getting high here, already 25 pitches, first inning of work. Misses inside. Robbins jumped out of the way. Wonder if Robbins wishes he could have that one again.
Yeah, inside breaking ball that he would have been happy to have worn on behalf of his team to plate another run. They do not have a 2-out base knock here tonight. And that one right there, almost another errant pitch out of a Cougar pitcher hand to bring home another one.
High and tight and on the hands, 3-1. Good discipline by Robbins. Now, dangerous spot here. I mean, you don't want to walk Robbins, but location in the zone to Aiden Robbins is critical too. Not close, up high, ball 4. Third straight walk. And Texas tacks on another. It's a 4-0 Longhorn lead. Here comes the cleanup man, Casey Borba. But first, Matt Gardner's going to go get Caden Cooper. 3 straight walks. And it will lead to his exit as the Cougars will go to the pin yet again. Third pitcher tonight for Houston, and coming in with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Texas leads Houston 4-0. Houston back to the bullpen for the second time this inning. This time they'll turn it to the junior, Jackson Baker.
Baker, a heavy fastball slider guy, making his 7th appearance on the season. You see his numbers 2-1 with an ERA above 10. 12 hits across 8 innings and runs following with those base knocks. He'll see what he can do, as it has not been good pitches out of the hand of Cougar pitchers here in this frame. Already several runs across and still threatening here with a lot of 2-out free passes.
Baker, previously at USC and Alabama, last appeared on Sunday against Kansas, gave up a run on a hit in 2/3 of an inning. The weekend prior to that against Kansas State, gave up 5 runs on 5 hits. He's had 2 bad outings. Get rid of those 2 bad outings. Been pretty good, but if ifs and buts were candy and nuts. And he inherits a bases-loaded situation. Feels like Texas is on the brink of breaking this open. Jackson Baker trying to prevent that from happening.
And this is an offense that has put up a lot of big runs and had big innings. And they've had a big inning here so far and just come without the contact. So if they can find a way to make it with one swing of the bat, they can absolutely change the tone of this game here.
It's cleanup man Casey Borba, and an 11-pitch walk back in the first. Extended his on-base streak to 17 games, and then he flew out to left in the third. Bases juiced. First pitch in for a strike, 0-1. Baker at the belt. That misses away. A ball and a strike. Out of the stretch, the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball at 94. Baker gets ahead of Borba. Ball and 2 strikes. 1-2. Way up. Full extension lunging effort by Riley Jackson to prevent that from going to the backstop.
Jackson, having to come all the way out and use every bit of his height to try to keep that from going to the backstop too. He's doing a great job of receiving pitch tonight, but you'd like to see him receive pitches, especially in 2-strike counts, closer to the zone.
2-2, 2 down. Called strike 3, frees him with the heat. Feels like Houston had to have that as they try to stick around in this one after Texas 3-spot in the 4th, taking a 4-0 lead here.
And such a huge job by Baker to come in and to battle. The pitch before that almost sailed to the backstop, and he immediately was able to turn the page with the next pitch, freezing him with that back K to try to end the frame. But 3 runs across, it's 4-0 Texas here so far.
And Texas has done that with just 1 hit, 2. The command issues for the Cougars have been problematic. 7 walks in the game. They've hit a couple as well, and Texas has been able to take advantage of that. Let's head down to Austin Ivan, who's near the dugout with Jim Schlossnagle.
Coach, as a collective, your team battling through at-bats. What are you liking with the patience at the plate?
Well, I mean, we're trying to make these guys throw strikes. Sure wish we would mix in a timely hit, maybe extend this thing a little bit because there's a lot of game left. But yeah, we have done a good job of being patient for sure.
It seems like it's been nearly 30 minutes since we've seen Flores on the mound, but he's been effective so far, 32 pitches. What are you liking about his command?
Well, we took him out. Brody Wallace coming in the game. Just felt like Jason had done a nice job in that long inning. I just wanted him to kind of walk off the mound feeling really good, and we have some other guys who need to pitch, so we're excited to get Brody in there right now.
Appreciate it, Coach.
All right, thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Austin. Good work, though, by Jason Flores. As Austin mentioned, 3 shutout innings. Pretty good start for the Longhorn righty.
And as he mentioned, you have a long layoff of him in there. He left with confidence. His offense was able to add some runs without the loud contact they would like to have. But now, freshman Brody Walls able to get in the game.
And Brody Walls, righty. 5th appearance, and enters with a 4-0 lead. Good strikeout to walk ratio, good strikeouts per inning ratio as well for the righty Walls.
And he's somebody, that has a 4-pitch mix, a good 4-seam fastball. And for him, he's going to work to establish that fastball early. But, that right there sets up a lot for him. The cutter-slider hybrid that he's got, he can mix and match his pitches. And he can do so with confidence here going to the home half of the 4th with the 4 spot in front of him.
Brody Walls pitched last Tuesday, his last outing in the midweek against Tarleton State. Went 2 1/3, gave up 1 unearned run on 2 hits, walked 1, and struck out 4. Threw 46 pitches in that game. His last 3 outings he's had at least an up-down in them. 2 innings against Ohio State, inning and 2/3 against USC Upstate, and the 2 1/3, as we mentioned, against Tarleton. He faces a tough spot in the Houston lineup, 2, 3, 4, Broussard, Fields, and Perez. That's down, ball 1. Broussard with a rocket to left in the first inning, 0 for 1. Cue shot back up the middle. Rodriguez positioned it well, and he flips it across to first to retire Broussard for out number 1 in the 4th.
And for Brody Walls, sometimes that quick twitch reaction, you're going to want to try to make the play. The best thing he can do right there on that comeback is to let it go by him, because he's got a great middle infield behind him, and Rodriguez able to field that easily and go right into the soft throw over to get the first out away.
How tough is it to know where your defenders are positioned, hitter by hitter?
It all comes down to reaction. If you can make the play without much movement, go for it. But if you've got to stab at the ball as it's coming by you, you don't want to have to, because then you'll completely alter its path, and the guys behind you are already trying to make that adjustment. So then you end up deflecting it away from where they potentially are.
Do you know where your middle infielders are?
You try to have at least some understanding, but it's typically more about you and your glove as it comes back to you. If it's in your body, go for it.
Yeah.
If you have to reach, let it go.
I guess it's different for each pitcher, too, the awareness of where the defenders are.
And probably more so as you look at, the defensive alignment. They've got 3 guys on one side of the infield. So when you're going to have situational baseball, you definitely are aware of right now, what is happening on the right side, and nobody's there.
Fields a hard rocket past the diving third baseman towards the corner. Fields racing around first to second, and he'll cruise into second base with a stand-up double. Fields with his 6th double of the year.
3 Longhorns on the left side, and he's able to beat the shift. Great job of getting around on that pitch and sending it past the diving glove of Becerra down all the way into the left field corner. And the hustle, he's standing on second. He is trying to get this team going as they pick up their 2nd base hit of the night.
97 off the bat. The ringing double down the third base line past the diving Becerra. 4-game hitting streak now for Fields. Talented freshman from Houston. For Houston. Xavier Perez now into the box with a runner at second, 1 down. He watches one down the heart of the plate. 0-1. Perez grounded out to third to lead off the second. Inside move. Nothing doing. Strike called on the outside corner, 0-2. There's some pitchers where you just can't tell the story of who they are based on the scouting report. A 4-pitch mix from Walls. Arm angle too interesting, especially with where he stands on the rubber. Another inside move. Texas with a run in the first, 3 more in the 4th inning, and they've done it all with just 1 hit. You heard Schlossnagle tell Austin wishes he could have had a timely hit here or there, because a timely hit could have broken this game open. Chopper foul towards the Cougar dugout.
Yeah, and you look at their production on the night, you know, they have a 4-run lead, but they are 0-for-2 with runners in scoring position. They are 0-for-4 with 2 outs. They had, you know, run opportunities aplenty in that frame, but couldn't find the barrel they needed to capitalize and really deliver that, you know, knockout blow.
Shady Perez to pull. Spin move this time. They're throwing the kitchen sink at Fields. But you see Mendoza shading up the middle. Just caught the pickoff attempt. Borba, the first baseman's a third of the way up the line off of first. High drive in the air, deep right field, way back onto the track where Duplantier will make the catch. Fields will tag up and advance to third.
And we thought there was Oppo opportunity, you know, on the ground, and he almost goes Oppo right there. A sky fly out to right field that we saw Duplantier settle under the brown warning track. Trey Broussard able to scoot up, but he had to sit there waiting, queuing off Cheese, the third base coach, letting him know when he could scoot on up.
And Perez driving it the other way, but caught at the track, 2 down. Helton now with a runner at third, 2 away. Helton was strikeout victim in the second, was caught looking. Yeah, that was 104 off the bat. Nubbed up the middle, charging Mendoza, snaps it to first to get Helton by a step. And that will retire the side. 1 out double, but Brody Walls works around it after 4. Texas by 4. Four runs on 1 hit for Texas. Houston no runs on 2 hits, 2 errors as well. As we head to the top of the 5th. Jackson Baker back out for Houston. Got that big strikeout to end the top of the 4th. Sasha's out.
Enjoying, it looks like a snack of some kind. Some kind of, is that a lollipop?
Couldn't tell you. Adrian Rodriguez to the dish. He has walked twice in 2 plate appearances. One of the 3 runs for Texas in the 4th. takes down ball one.
Yeah, he opened the frame with a walk, and he was one of the 3 passes that came around to score.
Baker worked strictly out of the stretch. The 1-0. That's upstairs. Great plate disciplines tonight from Rodriguez. Getting himself into a hitter's count. Watches that one down. Ball 3. Jackson tried to rip it up. Couldn't get the call. And 3 straight out of the zone. Watches one there. He was taking the whole way.
The previous pitch was a fastball. You know, it was over the plate, just missing the zone. And that one right there, able to bring it up just a little bit as it caught the outside corner.
3-1. Moves a lot in the box, huh?
Yeah,
some flair. Takes a strike inside half, 3-2.
Yeah, watch his front foot when he gets in the box. It is constantly moving. You know, he is pulsing right there as he's waiting on this pitch to come home.
It's kind of fun. The payoff. Chopper hit weakly up the middle. Lalima will cut it off. Fires to first for the out. Heck of a play by Jackson Lalima.
And that's what makes him such a good third baseman for the Cougars. You know, the plays that you don't see third baseman make often. That right there, look at how far over he's going to come over on this hard hopper. You see right there, that's shallow shortstop. So all the way across the diamond on the run, the glove, and that quick throw.
Yeah, that was behind the mound. I mean, that was in the perimeter of the mound. I think it was the only chance Houston had to get the out. If Cox had to make that play, it would have just been too much ground to cover to be able to throw out Rodriguez. That was a do-or-die play by Lalima, and he made it.
Yeah, that's the thing on those plays right there. If a third baseman can get to it, you're taught to go all, steam at it because it's the only chance, that hustle play for him, and he played it perfectly.
Becerra has been into the box twice, and he's been hit twice, and he's over the moon about it. Got an RBI on one of them. Bases loaded, hit by pitch. Got him on the hands on a 2-strike count. He takes this one high and tight, and it's ball 2. Baker, the third pitcher used for Houston. Strike on the outer half. It's 2-1. Texas, after today, will play Oklahoma. Red River rivalry. It's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday series. SEC likes to do that, television purposes. So they'll play the Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So a little tighter schedule, a little more compact this week. Maybe that changes the usage of the bullpen for Schlossnagle. Maybe not. 3 balls and a strike. Off the outside edge, ball 4. First walk by Baker, but the 8th walk by Cougar pitching.
Becerra would love to find a pitch that he can swing at and potentially drive, but in the meantime, he's definitely going to be happy in how he has been able to get on all 3 times here today.
Great play discipline by Texas tonight. Ashton Larson 0 for 2. The lefty Stick will step in. Whitting doing a little chirping from the dugout towards McKendry. There goes the runner. Swing and a miss. Throw to second. The tag. Not in time. Stolen base by Becerra. His 5th stolen base of the year.
Once again, stealing against Cougar pitching, and this one right here, even though it's a pitch high and out, that Jackson's able to go up into, the good jump he was able to get in that right there, able to potentially get under. There was a conversation, coach is asking, hey, are you wanting to challenge this? And Cox said he wasn't quite sure.
Yeah, Whitting wants to challenge. A little animated with McKendry. I don't know if it was a timing issue or if he's upset that he had to challenge. Challenged earlier and it was not successful. So maybe he's upset that he has to burn another challenge.
And take one more look, watch the tag against that left side of the body as he's going in, and it's close right there on the shoulder to see if he's able to get the tag. But when he was asking Cox,
the sleeve flap.
Yeah, the sleeve moves ever so slightly. But Cox, he was shaking his head only because of where he was. Watch the effort of the shortstop trying to make the tag. He says he wasn't quite sure because he's not sure where the runner is in relation to the bag when he does tag him. Great effort by him to stay with that play, and a good job with the body to control receiving and, making that tag effort on the slide at second.
Schlossnagel's out to talk to one of the umpires as well. And then you also have Doug Williams telling Larson to get away from the catcher circle. I'm not sure he tagged him.
And remember, in this replay review, it's going to have to be definitive. 3 things can happen in a replay review. A call can be confirmed, meaning they saw what the call was. It can stand, meaning they don't have enough to overturn it. Or if they do have that look, they can overturn the call. But the call on the field was safe at second base.
Larson did a great job, too, as a hitter, because he swung through that pitch and he was falling over the plate. And you could see as Jackson threw it, he ducked underneath the throw and was able to prevent any sort of contact or disruption in Jackson's throw. Which, if you do that, batter's interference, you're out, runners goes back to where he was.
And it was also, a pitch up and away. It was a protecting swing that he did, by throwing that bat out there.
I think it might have been a called hit and run because he did seem to chase a pitch out of the zone where Becerra actually had a great jump. So I think it was a designed hit and run.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Larson, you have to give him credit for getting out of the way because that could have been disaster for Texas. Conversation there on what they saw.
So umpires are up that first base dugout tunnel, taking a look.
Obviously, big difference with the runner at second, 1 out versus 2 outs, nobody on. There's another look. Is there contact there?
And that's the thing, it's right there on the extension of the tag, and you can see the effort of Cox.
The hips.
I think the closest to having that tag is going to be on the shoulder, but as we mentioned, they're going to need to see that there was contact. You see the wave of the glove of Cox, and you see the rotation of Becerra as he's sliding into second.
Yeah, both of those were great looks, great camera work. I just don't know if there's any, I don't think it is definitive. And that's where my stance is at.
I think this is one of those, when you look at that, had the call been out and they went to replay, I don't think there's enough to say that he got under it.
Yeah.
The call on the field was safe. I don't know if there's the clean enough look to go, yes, he got him.
I would agree with that. I don't think it would be definitive either way. I think it's going to stay, and it would have been no matter what. Yeah. So Houston's out of challenges. Call on the field stands. So runner at second. The stolen base for Becerra. 5th stolen base of the year. Has not been thrown out trying to steal. 0-1 to Larson. Larson checks the swing. So Houston's dugout a little unhappy after that call went against them. I think the umps got it right. Good time to remind you that Austin Ivan will be chatting with Todd Whitting in between the inning. 2-1. goes all the way to the backstop, and Becerra is going to take third on another wild pitch for Houston. Second of the night. It's a big 90 feet there. Runner at third, less than 2 outs. And a hitter's count to Larson at 3-1. First base open, could set up the double play.
The job's simple for Larson if given the opportunity.
Kind of early in the game to be thinking about the base runners, though. Cougars will come in. Defensively, infield in, trying to cut down the run at the plate. That's high ball 4. Not the worst thing in the world from a Houston perspective, because it does set up the double play. Not the worst thing from a Longhorn perspective either, though, because it adds another base runner. Back-to-back walks. 9th walk of the game. And a new runner at first. Maddox Mansour, the new base runner, runs for Lawson. Mansour, known for his base running. At Carrollton High School in Georgia, he holds the all-time and the single-season records for stolen bases in program history. So not a bad option off the bench for Schlossnagel. As Duplantier takes one high and tight. Duplantier 1 for 2. Singled and scored in the 4th. Also stole a couple of bases there. The single season record for Mansour. There he goes. Runner, the pitcher steps off. Throw to second. Not in time. How about that? Mansour stealing second base without a pitch thrown to the plate.
In this right here, I mean, he took off and he never slowed down. And there was a look by Baker over at third before throwing over. But that look over the difference in how he now has 2 in scoring position.
It wipes out the double play, too. Corners will play in, middle infield back. Duplantier takes a strike. Another look at this. You blinked, you missed it. Look how early he took off. Baker did everything right in terms of stepping off, but he was slow getting to second.
And there was just that momentary hesitation on the look over that was the difference. But for Mansour, never slowing down as he took second.
Tie. 2-1. So Mansour, 37 stolen bases in a single season, the Carrollton High School record, 83 in his career there. And moments ago, his 4th stolen base is a Longhorn. Duplantier fouls it off his front foot. Well, he wore that, huh? Wore that like a champ. He didn't hop around, no flinch, 0 emotion. Yeah, that ball caught him in the foot, right?
Yeah, right there on the side, on the check. Looks like he's okay.
Right on the arc. That guy has a high level of pain tolerance. 2-2. Baker hunting a strikeout here. And Duplantier has other thoughts. Gets a piece of it, stays alive. Cougars middle infield stays back with 2 strikes. Lima and Helton on the corners are in. Again, the 2-2. High and tight. Duplantier jumping out of the way.
Fastball 93 in on the hands.
Count full. 9-hole hitter Andrew Ermis in the on-deck circle for Texas. Not close. That's walk number 10. And Baker has walked them loaded. And now another walk as Gardner strolls out to the mound. And the Cougars are going to go to the bullpen for their 4th pitcher. 3 straight walks for Baker. It leads to his exit. And the Longhorns will have them loaded. They face a new pitcher when we return. pitcher for Houston is righty Harrison Boschel. Fourth pitcher used tonight for the Cougars.
Bochel's a 3-pitch mix, fastball, slider, curveball. He's going to come in here with the bases loaded and 1 out to see if he can get them out of this inning. Would love to get a 2-ball behind him. Meanwhile, the Horns would love to get a big productive swing to see what they can do to add to their early lead as they're up 4-0.
Boschel comes in a tough spot as the Longhorns have them loaded with just 1 out. A lot of mustaches over there in that Longhorn dugout. They actually had their coach, Jim Schlossnagel, grow 1 out at the start of the season. He made a deal, Schlossnagel did, with Casey Borba that he'd grow a mustache if the team won 5 straight games. Well, they started 16-0, so he had it for a little while, and then they lost their first game, and he shaved that bad boy off.
Yeah, but they did it 3 times over, so the mustache had to keep growing.
Did it come back? Was it a reoccurring deal, or was it a one-time thing?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, hey, I'll do it if we get to this number, and then they never looked back. And so, hey, I would say the mustache plays.
Yeah. So here's Boschel with a goatee. The bases loaded at 1 out. Boschel last pitched on the 14th. Pitched twice in the Kansas State series. First game, he gave up 3 unearned runs. And then the next night, 4 runs on 2 hits in an inning of work. And the first pitch to Ermis is in for a strike outside half at the knees. Ermis had a sacrifice fly. And his 4th ribby of the year back in the 4th. Still just 1 hit for Texas. That misses down 1-1. 13 base runners, though. 1 hit, 10 walks, 2 hit batters. The hit column looks good. The whip does not. Try to check his swing, but he actually, I think it was a called strike by McKendry. I think both things are true, but McKendry called it a strike, and it's 1-2. Boschel trying to keep the Cougars within arm's reach. The 1-2, swing and a miss. He strikes him out. Big strikeout by Boschel for the second out of the inning.
And coming in the spot, he's hunting the strikeout. He gets ahead early, and this one right here, able to get him to chase a breaker low and away.
Now up to the top for Ethan Mendoza. 0 for 1, but a pair of walks. Scored back in the first. Boschel picking up his first. Cougars staff with 5. As the first pitch misses down low, ball 1. This was what Schlossnagel was telling Austin Ivan in their visit a little bit ago. Need those timely hits, want those timely hits. Mendoza waves and misses. It's a ball and a strike.
Yeah, you like the patience, you like how they've worked counts, you like how they've found ways to get on, but you would also like to see the production at the plate too with contact.
Swing and a miss. Snuck the fastball by Mendoza. It's 1-2.
And it almost looked like he was looking one thing and had to react to the fastball late to speed up the swing.
One-two. Lifted in the air. First base side, Helton gives it a look, but well out of play.
Souvenir. And again, Dad, you got that.
He's got all the accessories too, huh?
A mouthful of gum. He came prepared.
You can tell he's a ball player. 1-2. Leadoff man Mendoza with the bases loaded. Pitch downstairs. Jackson applied the tag without the baseball. He asked the home plate umpire McKendry for the appeal, and he tagged Mendoza in case Bussey said that he went, but the ball was at his feet. Maybe he just realized he wasn't going to get the call. 2-2 the pitch. Line down the line and right. Long run for Perez. It drops and one hops the wall. One run is in. Two runs are in. Stop sign at third after a 2 RBI double by Ethan Mendoza. And Texas now leads 6-0.
Mendoza, an elite defender, but a knack for the big swing, and this, the biggest swing, and finally coming through. We see them with contact with traffic as he goes the other way and shoots this a couple feet inside that right field line in the corner as they put up a big number to their early lead. The crooked spot here, 2 across.
Fourth double of the year for Mendoza. RBIs 22 and 23. Goes mostly unnoticed because it's a 2-out, 2 RBI double. Perez doing a good job to play that ball in to hold Duplantier at third. Backdoor breaking ball to Pack is in for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Pack 0 for 2 with a walk. Another clutch opportunity for Pack here. 2 runners in scoring position, 2 down. 12-6 curveball misses the zone, 1-1. Just the second hit of the game for Texas. High and away, ball 2.
They lead Houston 6-0, but it's 2 hits apiece either way.
And the timely hit that Jim Schlossnagle was looking for. Rocket. Oh, that's scary. Over towards the baseball clubhouse. That was a rocket.
Great place to take in the game, but you got to look alive too.
Yeah.
That one right there, yeah, a scary screamer either way.
You didn't see a whole lot of movement. 2-2. Misses with the backdoor breaking ball. It's 3-2. You remember any of the ways to teach your kids how to tie a shoe? What are some of the sayings?
The bunny ears.
Bunny ears. I can't remember there's little rhymes, I think. The payoff. Downstairs, ball 4. O'Shell with a bit of a reaction on the mound. Didn't get the call. Misses low. 11 walks from Houston pitching. Loads them up again for Texas and for the dangerous Aiden Robbins.
And with the double, you had 2 in scoring position. First base was open, so the ball 4, not the worst thing. But for the Cougars, the free passes have continued to rear its head.
Robbins, the RBI walk in the 4th. Waves through it. Bochelle jumps in front. Duplantier's at third. Mendoza's at second. Pack is at first. Loaded for Texas. Oh, 1. Lifted foul, 0-2. So Bochelle way in front, looking to limit the damage to 2 in the 5th. Second crooked number inning in a row for Texas. That's high. 1-2. A 3 spot in the 4th, 2 spot now in the 5th at least. The lone run in the 1st. Tapper to third. Lalima charges. Bobbles will not have a play. Scoring Duplantier as Texas tacks on another. It's 7-0 Longhorns.
You had Lima crashing towards third base, but unfortunately unable to see the ball all the way into the glove as he was trying to get it on his way to step on third base. And take a look at here, it just hits right there off the top part of his glove. What would be a snow cone, but glove pointed down, ball's out on the turf.
You have to give credit to Mendoza there too, hustling down the line, making Lima at least, think about it a bit, try to rush over to third. And a lot of players just coasting to third there, third out of the inning over. But Mendoza was busting it to third base, making it a sweat for Lima, a rush for Lima, and eventually an error for Lima as Texas with a 7-0 lead.
Yeah, Longhorns, good job. And as you mentioned, Mendoza just keeping that pressure as he came barreling down right at him.
Borba. Little half swing, can't connect. It's 0-2. Borba extended his on-base streak to 17 games with a first-inning walk. They're still loaded. A swing and a miss. Bochelle gets the punch out, his second of the inning. And the Longhorns leave them loaded, but not before their second straight 3-run inning. 3 runs on just a single hit, 1 error as Texas leads Houston 7-0 halfway through this one. Look at Austin Ivins' hustle. We were just talking about Mendoza's hustle to the third base line. You saw Austin just slash through the screen. She goes from the back of the dugout to the front of the dugout. Former D1 athlete.
Yeah, she's got the hustle, and she's down there with head coach Todd Whitting.
Austin?
Over here. Coach, your team back up to bat. We saw some solid contact in the last inning. What are the conversations you're having with your hitters?
Well, the concern now is throwing strikes, and we've dodged bullets all night long. If we get out of that inning there, it's a 4-0 game. You still got a shot, kind of redirect, get things going a little bit. But, our hitter, they're keeping us all balanced. We're spending too much time on the field. It's hard to get in a rhythm on offense when you stay out there the whole time. So, you got a lot of ball game left. We just got to get it going.
All right. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you to Austin. Chat with Todd Whitting as Texas. I was reading something recently. I don't know the full story, so I probably shouldn't bring this up, but they were talking about who created the 7th inning stretch. And there's different people that take credit for the 7th inning stretch. But this story, the genesis was that there was a coach someplace, really good story here, really has a lot of detail. But it's like a cold day, and he thought his bench guys were getting kind of cold, so he told them, hey, y'all run down there and stretch. So they ran down there and stretched, and this side of the story was that was the creation of the 7th inning stretch.
Makes sense. I mean, things are born out of opportunity, and that right there, just, hey, guys, I need you to keep the body loose. I need you to stay ready. Go ahead and go stretch it out just a little bit so you're not, sitting or getting stiff on the bench.
He pulled a little Herb Brooks on me. Great moments are born from great opportunity.
This is true.
Those baseball stories, though. Everybody's got a baseball story. Here's Riley Jackson, takes low and away, ball 1. That's away, ball 2. So 2 straight out of the zone for Brody Walls. Walls came on to the 4th, gave up a 1-out double to Fields, but then got the next 2. Scoreless inning in the 4th. Not close, misses away, ball 3. That was a long half inning. I didn't see Walls pop up and throw or anything like that.
Well, remember, it was a long half inning that ended up shutting the book on Flores because his offense was out there so long. He left with confidence. Walls, he had to go back in there, and now struggling to find it to start.
And he gets one over, 3-1. Jackson, Winfield, Lima scheduled, 6, 7, 8 for Houston. High pop in the air, left center field. Robbins over, Pack will take charge, and he makes the catch in left center field for the first out of the inning. Walls escapes a 3-0 count to Jackson and gets Jackson to pop up on the 3-1.
And for the Cougars, they find themselves down 7-0 in this game. They're even in hits. It's been, self-inflicted wounds. They would love to try to see what they could do to shift the narrative here as we go to the back half of this one. And it starts with taking it one pitch at a time.
Winfield 0 for 1, struck out looking in the third. Texas 3 infielders on the right side against Winfield, as he tries to push a bunt over to the third base side and takes a strike instead. You got Bencera, the third baseman. Playing way over. That misses in. 0-2. Actually, that's Rodriguez. But Becerra moved over to the right side. So the third baseman moving to the right side. Thinking about it again. Drops one third base side. Walls the bare hand. Fire to first. Not in time. Winfield legs it out. Winfield wanted that a little further up towards third base. Make it difficult for the pitcher Walls, but still placed nicely. Beats it out for a bunt single, and Houston has a base runner.
And he's got the speed, and as you mentioned, had he put it about another couple inches up that line, it wouldn't have been as close as this was. You see his hustle, you see the job of Walls coming over, and the throw is right where it needed to be. But you got to give credit to the hustling Winfield for being able to beat it out for a base knock.
There's Lalima now. 7-0 Texas. Ooh, it hit Lalima. He got hit again. They're laughing at him in the dugout. It's his second plate appearance. It's the second time he's been dotted.
And this is a fastball, 95, and he sees it's coming right his way. Yeah, tried to turn, and he goes, oh no.
That's where he got hit earlier. Lower back. He got dotted up on his previous bruise. That's why they're laughing at him. He got hit in the same exact spot. First and second for Houston. That's what they're more concerned about. Some traffic in the fifth as they try to cut into this 7-run deficit. Cade Climby will pinch hit. Bats for Antonelli Savateri, who was 0 for 1 with a ground out to third. Houston has liked Climby in this spot, kind of nursing a finger that they think he's completely over now. But has been used as kind of an opportunist pinch hitter, critical spots. Senior has been good in this role too. He's 9 for 27 on the year, a .333 average, OPS north of 1,000. And he's come off the bench more games than he has started. 13th game, 8th off the bench. Takes that one low and away ball too. He can change the game in a hurry. Tons of power. And a visit. Max Wiener heads out to talk to his pitcher, Brody Walls.
And when you have a pinch hitter like Climby up, they're wanting to make sure they're understanding the situation. Situational baseball, discuss what they're doing on a bat and ball or in certain situations here against a dangerous hitter in Climby. He's produced in the pinch hit opportunity. And as you mentioned, going back to the Pine Bluff series, he had a double and then it was stepped on as he went diving back into second on a pickoff attempt. And they say the hand's fine and he's been working himself back in, but they love his ability to come in off the bench and be that power option for them in leverage situations.
There's a submarine lefty tossing in the Texas pin. Ethan Walker. Houston's biggest threat. This is the first time they've had two runners on at the same time. That's inside ball 3. Houston got a hit with Lalima at second in the third, but Lalima was thrown out at the plate. First and second with one out. might have been your late in the pitch clock or reset.
Yeah, it was winding down, and that one right there, you saw there was not much of an attempt by the base runner in Winfield at second, but the throw gives him a new pitch clock.
The green light climbing here with a 7-run deficit. It's base runners only. Green light him? Red light?
I mean, he's one of those guys that if you want instant offense, he's a button you can push. But if you're going to do it here, you want to make sure it's a pitch that you can win.
3-0 game, I think it's automatic. 7-0 game, not as automatic. Maybe the opposite, in fact. And it doesn't matter because that was not a pitch you're going to swing at 3-0 in any situation. It misses downstairs, ball 4, and the Houston Cougars now have him loaded. First walk issued by Texas pitching. They have hit 3 batters, though. And now the Cougars turn it to the top of the lineup for Tyler Cox. And that's going to be the end of the day for Brody Walls. Jim Schlossnagle is heading out to the mound. And Texas will bring in a new pitcher. Cougars with their biggest threat of the night. They trail 7-0, 1 out, but they have the bases loaded when we come back. Seven nothing Texas, but Cougars have loaded them up as they face the crafty lefty Ethan Walker.
And Walker is a lefty reliever who has been very good for them, making his 11th appearance on the season. He is 1-1 on the year, has an ERA of 0 because he has been a lockdown guy for them. He's scattered 7 hits, 8 strikeouts, and 2 walks, and you see that unique arm slot as he comes home.
More spin and movement than he is velo. Well, you can see that submarine side winding, more side winding than submarine. That side winding release. Tough for anybody. Tougher on lefties.
And he's a good change of look when you go from Brody Walls. The only person, though, that didn't see Brody Walls was Tyler Cox. He was going to be the 9th batter faced by Walls had he got to him.
Walker has had a little more success against righties than lefties, ironically. Lefties 4 for 12 against Walker, 333 average. Righties 3 for 17 with a 176 average. Now, not a huge sample there, but it is the data of 2026. Tyler Cox, 1 for 1, hit by a pitch in the first, singled in the third. And he takes down ball 1.
You saw that arm action from our center field camera unit. That is as close to a first base release point as you can get. Straight out to the side for the southpaw.
A little different look than anybody you've seen so far tonight. 1-0. Pumped right down the middle. A ball and a strike. That was 83. You got to pump the brakes a little bit. Lifted down the line and right, but it will slide. That's the approach you have to have, though. You'll take it the other way.
Yeah, especially, with him coming into a right-handed hitter, that cross-body action, you want to just go ahead and take it right back out to right field.
Behind Finding the count, though, at a ball and 2 strikes. Walker inheriting a bases-loaded jam. A little high, a little away. Good spot, though, in a 1-2 count. Looking for a call, looking for a chase. Didn't get either, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, but you saw the idea. Tyler Cox, very disciplined hitter. Good job of recognizing it to pull up.
Spoils it, fouls it into the screen behind the dish. Winfield at third, LaLima at second, Climby the runner at first. Tapper hit weakly to third. Becerra's throw to first gets Cox by half a step, but it does plate the Cougars' first run of the night. RBI ground out by Tyler Cox, and Houston is on the board.
And it's about, chipping away for the Cougars here as they found themselves down 7 going to the bottom of the 5th. That one right there, the RBI ground up. Soft roller protecting with 2 strikes, but the only play is at first. They are finally able to break through.
10th RBI of the season for Cox. Winfield scores his 4th run, and now it's Trey Broussard, lefty on lefty matchup. As he bats with runners at second and third. Broussard watches one. 0-1. Line shot to center field for a base hit. LaLima scores. Climby's being waved. He will score. It's a 2-out, 2 RBI single by Trey Broussard.
Broussard just extending the hands through. Southpaw coming in right at him. He's able to keep his hands inside and take it right back up the middle of the plate. 2 more Cougars. And here's what we've talked about for the Cougars, trying to find opportunity. They got the bases loaded, and they've been able to capitalize with 2 back-to-back swings of the bat. RBI ground out, and that big base knock by Broussard is saying, let's keep it going.
All 3 runs this inning will go against Brody Walls. Walls picks up all 3 earned runs. And now it's Blake Fields with Broussard at first. And Houston back in the game. 4-run deficit. Still a lot of baseball to be played. Off speed for a strike on the outside corner to Fields. 0-1. Broussard a threat to run. Ooh, outside corner strike. Fields didn't like it. He snapped his head back over to the Cougar dugout. Oh, 2 to Fields. That is high. Ball and 2 strikes, and they're going to send out the oven mitt for Broussard. Not really tipping your hand there, huh?
Just letting you know, hey, we want to make sure he's protecting himself.
That's sad. I mean, you could be using them just to go first to third on a base hit. Doesn't have to be a steal. It's just kind of funny. Draws a throw over. That was the most obvious thing all night. You get on a 1-2 count, your oven mitts delivered to you, you're going to get a throw over.
Yeah, and he's got a good move over to first. Walker right there. That sidearm you saw right on the money as Broussard went sliding back into the bag.
Another throw over. Yeah, his throw over to first and his delivery to the plate and have pretty similar looks to it. Tough guy to get a jump on. One and 2. And that's high and away. Houston with 3 runs across in the 5th, countering Texas's 3 runs across in the 5th. Two. Swing and a miss. Walker bounces back to punch out Fields for the final out of the inning. But the Cougars on the board. A 3 spot capped off by the 2 outs. 2 RBI single by Trey Broussard. Cougars back in it. Down 4 after 5. (7-3) Texas, 5 innings through. Starting pitchers, okay. Kimball's all right. Flores was pretty good. Story of the game, really, the walks issued and the Longhorns' patience at the plate.
It's 11 combined walks out of the hand of Cougar pitching, and for the Longhorns, just 2 hits, but they were able to make the most out of that second one as they have had back-to-back crooked innings be their friend as they lead 7-3, but the Cougars got a 3 spot their last time up.
Adrian Rodriguez slaps it to third. LaLima diving stop, fires it across the diamond for the out. Jackson LaLima flashing the leather and then showing off the cannon for out number 1.
And there's why he is such a sure-handed glove and player over there at the hot corner. And for Bo Shelton, now you can have confidence of balls hit that way because look at this defensive effort. Falling down on the backhand, popping up quickly, and that throw on a seam across the diamond.
And he played a little short hop, too. Kind of diving over.
It's definitely not an easy play.
To the base side and picking it on a tough short hop. It was well done by LaLima. Becerra to the plate now. Becerra takes the strike. Becerra has reached all 3 times tonight. Hit by a pitch twice, an RBI, 2 runs, has a walk as well. Way outside, yanks it off the outside corner. It's 1-1. Demel Becerra. 1-1 pitch. That's away, ball 2. Climby came on as a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 5th, stays on to play second. I haven't seen him at second base a whole lot. More of a corner infielder. DH, a little bit of left field. But getting his bat into the lineup as this ball's clobbered to right center field, but Broussard is there. And he makes the catch. 2 quick outs from Bochelle to begin the 6th.
And that looked like it was well stung off the bat, but ended up being just a can of corn for Broussard as he took just a couple steps over for the quick second out. But this is what the Cougars want to have. They had good offense in the bottom of the 5th. They need a quick inning out in the field so the bats can go back to work. Coach Whitting, said it when he was talking to Austin. We've been on the field, on the mound too much.
Maddox Mansour swings at the first pitch he sees, chops it fair down the third base line. Another strong throw by Lalima. Deep throw from third. And Harrison Boschel has a 1-2-3 top of the sixth. 7-3, Texas in front. Texas as we enter the bottom of the sixth inning. He's having a good old time. Double hat look.
Yeah, I may have to take back what I said. That's fitting comfortably over his hat. That may actually fit my big noggin. It's a good look.
Look at a double hat look. He's the guy down here is pulling it off too.
You get some popcorn too.
It's the fashion trend you didn't know you needed.
Exactly. Cougars hoping to see if they can keep the trend here continued.
Xavier Perez against Ethan Walker. Good breaking ball. Strike one. Perez hitless in 2 trips. Walker, third pitcher used for the Longhorns. Got the final 2 outs in the 5th. Flicked foul. 0-2. Middle of the order for Houston: Perez, Helton, and Jackson. Walker way in front. Tries to change the eye level of Perez, misses high. What would you call his curled up mustache? Kind of, I mean, you kind of had the same look. Grounder up the middle and into center field. Xavier Perez has reached in 6 games in a row. Leadoff single for Houston to begin the 6th.
And that right there, protecting on the 1-2 count. He's somebody that the Cougars would love to get the bat going more offensively. He is a contact guy, and that one right there, 1-2, able to make contact right back up the middle.
Lefty on lefty is McLean. Helton gets his first look at Walker.
I mean, it's definitely a handleable mustache. I guess you would call it more of like a petite mustache. I try to go more Raleigh fingers with mine.
Okay. There's a strike. I feel like it's a look for a left-handed pitcher. Were you lefty?
I was.
Okay, there you go.
So we got that in common too.
I feel like you can't pull it off if you're a right-handed pitcher. Lefty? Absolutely. Good movement. It's a swing and a miss.
I don't know what it is about being a lefty, but we always say the names like you could just be called lefty. You were a southpaw. If you were left-footed on a snowboard, you were called a goofy foot. So we get drug.
You know where the southpaw name comes from?
No.
Boxing.
Really?
Yeah. High and tight, 1-2. I don't know why. I mean, the stance is different, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess the paw was further south.
I didn't realize it was north to
maybe
south.
Maybe you're squaring up.
Maybe.
I don't know. Chopper up the middle. Mendoza, Rodriguez, the bare hand fire to first and a 4-6-3 double play. That was nifty. Mendoza, Rodriguez, the bare hand, and the twin killing erases the leadoff single.
And Walker will throw the glove behind him, and it doesn't make contact, but it ends up going right to Mendoza as he is able to start that twin killing, a pitcher's best friend.
Second double play from Longhorn pitching tonight. Jackson takes a strike. The shift is on for Jackson. 3 infielders on the left side. High pop. First base side, Borba over, and he makes the catch. So Walker faces the minimum in the 6th. Leadoff single, but gets the double play. And after 6, Texas leads Houston 7-3.
A lot of lawyers will tell you to trust them. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let my clients speak for themselves.
Stuart J. Gus's office and staff took care of me to a point where all I really had to do is sit back and be taken care of.
A lot of the treatment I got was like completely covered. Trust Gus lifted me up when I was so down.
If you're looking for a lawyer that's compassionate, that doesn't treat you like a number, Stuart J. Gus is the right place to go.
Houston, Hustle Town, 8 million people, more cultures, more style, more languages. It's here that we bring more together, and we bring one thing the most: hustle. Hustle outworks, outplays, outsweats, and outlasts. This is our way, the Houston way, the Dynamo way. Bring the hustle. Tickets available at HoustonDynamo.com.
BK, ESPN is now the home of MLB.tv.
So all out-of-market games, live or on demand, plus all your favorite sports on ESPN. We need to tell the people, Carl.
We're doing it right now.
ESPN is now the home of MLB.tv. All out-of-market games, live or on demand, all in one place.
Texas 7 runs on 2 hits. Houston 3 runs on 5. It's Texas with a 4-run lead as we enter the latter third. Still wrestling around.
Fighting for a ball, looks like. Who's going to come away with it? The victor. It's the man that joined the fight late.
I want to see how he handles adversity. Just had the ball ripped out of his hands. How does he handle the adversity? Does he get up and fight?
Yeah, there we go.
He does. That's my kind of kid right there.
So if you're going to play keep away, I'm going to make you earn it.
Yeah, I didn't want to see him, have the ball ripped away and then he runs to mommy,
Right.
I wanted to see him fight, and he did. I tip my cap to that young man. 8-9-1 in the Longhorn lineup. And a strike to Jaden Duplantier. 1 for 2.
Harrison Bochel's back out to work, and he's coming off what was probably the best inning of work for any Cougar pitcher tonight. He threw just 6 pitches in a 3-up, 3-down 6th.
It's a good breaking ball for a strike, and Bochel quickly ahead at 0-2. These kids are just relentless. The conditioning that is required, although he hadn't gotten the baseball back yet. He was talking up the fight, and he's still baseballless. Cue shot foul.
I feel like at a certain point, though, it's like, okay, look, I may not get the ball back, but I'm going to take you out.
You just give up on the ball, and you just wipe somebody out?
I'm going to take somebody off the board.
I don't hate it. Oh, he got it back.
He tried, yeah.
Got it back. Yeah, spin away. There he goes. Congratulations. That's a good fastball. Misses high and tight. Got 2.
Good night for that young man.
That's a good age. This is tight. Fun at the ballpark. Parents bring you out. play on the berm all day long with your friends. Great night.
Nothing better.
Swing and a miss. Bochelle with the punch out. His third of the evening.
This one right here, good job with just grooving a pitch outside, and we saw him work ahead quickly, nibbled a little bit, trying to see if he could get the chase. Duplantier laid off, but that one swings through a fastball outside.
It's 5 in a row retired by Bochelle. Ermis takes a breaking ball for a strike. Always helpful as a pitcher when you can land a first pitch breaking ball. Ermis with his 5th start of the season, 0 for 2, but a sacrifice fly and a run driven in. Watches that one away. A ball and a strike. Houston will be home for Baylor this weekend. Another old Southwest Conference rival. Bochelle again with the breaking ball that he lands for a strike. It's 1-2.
Yeah, the pitchability of that breaking ball is, can be such a good tone setter for a batter face. For him, he's throwing with a lot of confidence. First pitch strike and coming back to it there with the 1-1 for strike 2.
Chopper to the right side. Climbing with an opportunity. And he'll underhand flip it to first. 2 quick outs in the 7th.
And that right there for Bochelle, able to finish off another leverage count. It was 2-2. Duplantier, that one right there, 1-2, and he's able to get the 4-3 induced ground ball to Climbing.
Climbing, if he handles second base well, maybe a way to force his way into the lineup. One opportunity so far. And played it pretty well. Not a difficult play, but sure-handed. Here's Mendoza now, leadoff man for the Longhorns. Strike at the knees.
And he didn't have to, do anything, fancy with on that field. He had plenty of times. We just took the momentum and then made the soft underhand toss to first.
Mendoza had the timely hit that Jim Schlossnagle in Texas was looking for. A 2-out, 2 RBI double in the 5th. Lifts this one foul. Bochelle pounding the zone, and he's ahead of Mendoza at 0-2. The pitch. Breaker in the carpet. Mendoza started but held back in plenty of time. Cougars don't even bother with an appeal. Ball and 2 strikes. High pop. Helton calls. Helton makes the catch. Another 1-2-3 inning from Harrison Bochelle. He's retired 7 in a row. We stretch it. 7-3 Texas. 7-3, Texas in front as we 7th inning stretch. He's partaking. Also deep in the heart of Texas. You ever go to baseball games outside of the state of Texas?
Few and far between.
It feels like the 7th inning stretch is missing something. Here's the new pitcher. Hudson Hamilton from nearby Spring. A righty from Grand Oaks High School.
So making his 6th appearance on the season, no decision. In the win-loss record, he has a 3.6 ERA, 5 innings, 2 hits, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks. He did earn the save back against UC Davis. This is somebody that has come in and been able to contribute out of the bullpen, has been very effective in short outings for them.
Yeah, the longest that he's been stretched out was actually last Tuesday against Tarleton, a game that Texas lost, their lone midweek loss. But Hamilton was good in that game. He threw 3 scoreless innings, allowing just 1 hit, 1 walk, and struck out 3. Faces Easton Winfield, a teammate of his a year ago. Winfield, the Texas transfer. 1 for 2, had a bunt single to lead off, actually with 1 out in the 5th, would score Houston's first run. I mean, the shift is on against him. This is lifted high in the air towards the corner and left. Pack to the track, to the wall. It's gone. Easton Winfield goes the other way for a solo homer. Opposite field dinger for Easton Winfield.
So an 0-1 pitch, a fastball he's able to put up into the night sky, and it goes out over towards Elgin Street. And all Pack Jr. can do is watch it go. But take one more look at this. Lifted out into left field. Pack going back, and he will stop and look beyond. The long ball for the Cougars have made it a 3-run game.
93 off the bat, 337 feet. That was a power fade, is what that was. As Houston cuts it to 3. Lalima takes the first pitch strike. So Winfield homering off his former teammate. And Hamilton a little bit more oomph on that heater, 94. And he's quickly ahead at 0-2. He just sliced it out of here. Jam shot pop back just above the press box. What do we call that, our high home? Better camera operator on that high home, better look out.
Yeah, I'd imagine you get some, foul balls over the press box that come right by you.
Get some heaters. 0-2 line fair down the left field line. Lalima turns the corner, and he advances into second base. Or the double.
And this is 0-2 protecting, and he's able to do a good job of lifting this pitch. Take one more look. It's inside. He's able to get the barrel hand around on it and send it 3-hopping down into that corner. And then he plays peekaboo with his dugout when he gets to second as they hope to keep things going here.
So back-to-back extra base hits for Houston. A rude welcoming into the game for Hudson Hamilton as Cade Climby will step in. Takes a strike, 0-1. Climby walked and would score when he pinch hit in the 5th. High pop foul. That one more towards the first base side. Aaron in our high home camera doesn't have to duck on that one. I hope Aaron's an athlete. Climbing behind, 0-2. Lifted foul. Hamilton still way in front. No balls, 2 strikes. 4th pitcher used for Texas. A little low, little in. Good spot though in an 0-2 count.
And that's actually the first ball he has thrown since towing the rubber. It was 0-1 to Winfield, 0-2 to Lima, and that right there, 0-2 as he spits on one.
Swing and a miss. Got a high fastball by Climby. Climby with an aggressive swing, but could not make contact. And Hamilton bounces back with his first strikeout of the night.
Hamilton, good job here of changing his eyes. He went away before him. That one right there, high inside heat, able to get Climby to swing through.
Hey, you got to have some bravado to go there with the heater. Not a whole lot of wiggle room. Good spot, good execution. Back to the top for Tyler Cox. That misses the zone. One for two, hit by a pitch. Cox has reached twice. That single in the third, by the way, extending his hitting streak to 4 games. Also had an RBI ground out. So all 3 plate appearances have been productive. Hit by pitch to the first, single to the third, RBI ground out in the 5th. Good block by Ermis.
He did a good job of smothering, and you saw him pop up quickly as he was spying the Lima.
Not an easy position. Just misses. 3 balls, no strikes. Cougars looking for base runners. Broussard on deck. That's not close, and the tying run is walking to the plate. And it's the hottest hitter in Houston's lineup, Trey Broussard.
So a slow walk for Broussard as he makes his way into that left-handed batter's box. He did a great job of barreling up an 0-1 pitch back in the 5th. And now right here, the Cougars are looking at opportunity in front of them with their best hitter.
Broussard had the 2 RBI single in the 5th, and Jim Schlossnagle does not want to see this matchup. Schlossnagle is going to go out to the mound, and he's going to go to the bullpen. New reliever to face Broussard. 7-4 Texas. Trey Broussard in the box representing the tying run when we come back. Texas with Broussard coming to the plate, representing the tying run. Wants to go with some of their back end of the bullpen relievers, and it's Max Grubbs coming in a high leverage spot.
And Grubbs has been one of their go-to guys through 10 appearances. He is 2-0 on the season, a 4.24 ERA across 17 innings, and I love the approach that he has when he comes to the mound. He says, hey, if somebody's got to do it, why not me? And so coming into this situation to face the toughest Cougar hitter, he's the guy that gets the ball.
High leverage situation for the Texas righty. You mentioned Grubbs, 10 appearances coming in. This is 11th appearance. He and Walker tied for the team lead in appearances. Walker his 11th appearance earlier. Grubbs his 11th appearance now as he looks to clean up the inning, put out the fire. Hudson Hamilton faced 4 hitters, gives up a homer, a double, and a walk. Broussard ahead of the plate, fired up in the Cougar dugout.
The excitement in that third base dugout. They know the situation for him, and this is what they've been hoping to get to. Down 7-0, finding ways to try to get back into it. Well, they've gotten back into it, and now they're this biggest offensive opportunity here coming up.
That was Landon Williams firing up the Cougar dugout. So Broussard steps in. Weird looking line score tonight. 7 runs, 2 hits Texas, 4 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors Houston. First and second, 1 out. Downstairs. Bounces away from Ermis a bit, but not far enough for LaLima to try it. Doesn't want to run into an out. That would be foolish.
And Grubbs is a short, striding sinker baller profile. He's going to have a tight slider and expect to see a lot of pitches low in the zone here to Broussard.
High strike. 1-1. Breaking ball, top half of the zone. Swing and a miss through the breaking ball. And Grubbs ahead of Broussard at 1-2.
Hey, there's that change of eyes. High breaking ball, low breaking ball to get ahead in the count.
Way in front and a ball and 2 strikes. Right where you want to be if you're Max Grubbs. Looping breaking ball misses high. Pretty good take there by Broussard. You see that dropping into the rapid pace.
It's a tough pitch.
Count even at 2-2. Cued foul. Good fundamentals by Talon Whitting, dropping to a knee, making sure it stays in front. Broussard wants some pine tar. So an equipment timeout. The spray on pine tar. That one was out. Oh no, the cap busted off. He's gone through 2 cans. I saw it when he caught it. The cap busted off. That thing's useless now. There we go. There's a
number 3.
Can.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
What's that?
Had a cap come off like that?
I've never seen it on a field. I've dropped a hairspray bottle before. Just builds up the drama a bit more. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hard shot. It bounces off of Grubbs. Goes to second for 1 and he throws it away. It's into center field. LaLima will score. And Houston pulls within 2. A rocket up the middle that for a brief moment looked like Grubbs caught and bounced out of the glove, as you'll see. And then the throw to second, not a terrible throw. Rodriguez just whiffed.
This is why you come to the baseball field. You never know what you're going to go see. A hot shot off the mound, thought it was loud contact, then thought it was going to be a great play. Potential double play ball on the other side, and then instead it's a pitch going out into the outfield as Rodriguez, just as you said, he whiffed trying to catch that pitch to him.
So the trainer is out to look at Max Grubbs. The pitching coach, Max Weiner, is out there as well. So I don't know if that counts as a visit. It shouldn't count as a visit. Yeah, it's not going to count as a visit. McKendry just told the Cougar dugout, no visit. That was a check on his health. That was a laser.
Yeah, got scorched right back to him. Trey Broussard, how about making the adjustment as he did right there? Sinker ball, slider, off speed, heavy dose, able to find a pitch that he's able to square right back up the middle.
So it's going to be a fielder's choice that allowed Broussard to reach. And the error is going to go on Rodriguez. I think it's the right call there. Fields tries to check the swing, the appeal down to Bussey, and Bussey said no. 1-0. Shows bunt, pulls back. Broussard taken off. The throw is into center field. Cox will score from third. Broussard's going to head to third. And the tying runs now at third base with one out in the 7th inning.
Cougars finding a way to stay the course, and ever since they've been able to start ticking away at this lead, they have been able to shift that pressure that was on them onto Longhorn pitching. And this right here is a throw from Ermas. It's going to sail the stolen base to Broussard, but then because of the errant throw and his quick speed, you see him hustle on up to third.
Second error this inning for Texas. Broussard credit for the stolen base at second. As Fields a blooper down the right field line, dropping foul. Third stolen base of the year for Broussard, which is a good tell on where his health is at. He's been dealing with some nagging leg injuries. It looks to be 100%, and he is the potential tying run with one down in the 7th. The ball and 2 strikes, though, to Fields. High over the head, and it's 2-2. Texas led this game once upon a time 7-0. Fields takes away ball 3. Going into the bottom of the 5th, halfway through, Texas held a 7-0 lead. Houston with a 3 spot in the 5th and have hung 3 in the 7th. Swing and a miss. Grubbs, a big time strikeout for out number 2.
One more time, look at this. You see the high breaking ball. Not the big looper, but the tight movement late, able to draw that swing at the top of the zone.
Xavier Perez, 1 for 3, single to the 6th. Whitting's going to come. Oh, they just called Xavier Perez late to the box, and they're going to record a strike. Whitting's out to protest the call with Matt McKendry. So Perez was slow to the box. He's going to get a violation, and he's going to start this at bat with an 0-1 count. Cougar dugout, you can see they're not happy about that decision. High pop in the air, deep right center field. Robbins back to the track, and he makes the catch as he approaches the wall in right center. Cougars push 3 runs across. They pull within 1, and it was Easton Winfield, an opposite field solo homer. They got it all started in the 7th. We're through 7. Texas leads by 1. we head to the top of the 8th, Houston has closed the gap. They pull within 1 run. One of the stranger line scores you'll see. 7 runs on 2 hits, 6 runs on 7. Suddenly we have a baseball game.
And here's where it comes down to, for the Cougars trying to break that narrative. In that 0-4 week they had, they were tied or in striking distance in the 8th inning before falling late. They have gotten to that point here again, coming back from down 7 to Texas. Can they keep it going with Bochelle on the mound? He's been such a great stabilizer for them since he entered.
44th pitch of the night. No runs in 2 2/3. Did allow a couple of inherited runs to score. He faces 2-3-4 in the Texas lineup. Pack showed bunt and pulled back, and he offers it the 1-0 as he chops it foul. Pair of walks for the Texas freshman. So he looks to spark something for the Longhorns as Houston has scored 6 in a row. Tries to check, doesn't matter. It's a called strike, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, really good pitch out of the hand of Bochelle, who feels like he's pitching with new life out there on the mound. His offense have come alive behind him.
Lima bounces from 3rd to 2nd. Climby will play the pull. Tipped foul. Texas #2 team in the country. Been so good all year. Team that looks the part, certainly. 16-0 start on the season. 20-3 start for only the 3rd time in 21 years. Slowly hit up the middle. Ranging over, Cox fires to first. 1 down.
Good play here by the Cougar shortstop, showing his range on that ball up the middle. Good movement to his left, and then that feed across. Take one more look at this. Takes that slow chop, low chop, and Cox able to come across with it.
Houston 12-11. They've played a lot of close games. They've lost 6 of their last 7. They think they're a better team than that record indicates. They've had about 7 or 8 of those games that have been decided by about a play or 2. Houston looking for a statement victory. Robbins takes the strike. Robbins walked with the bases loaded in the 4th. Big swing, big miss. He just lost something. Something went flying. Was it maybe the thumb thing?
Yeah, something came flying off. Head coach Todd Whitting was quickly to say, hey, there's something right here.
That was some Southern hospitality there.
Yeah, it looks like it's that little thumb pad in his right hand.
They went flying. We're seeing the flying thumb protectors. We're seeing the cap off the pine tar spray fly around. We're seeing a little bit of everything. Roller to the left side, past the diving Cox. As Robbins singles right through the face of the shift. First hit of the night extends his hitting streak to 4 games in a row.
And that was an 0-2 breaking ball. Take one more look at this pitch, and he is able to get the bat head around on it and put it past the diving glove of Tyler Cox to shoot it out to left field.
Only the 3rd hit for Texas tonight. 2nd allowed by Bochelle. And now it's Casey Borba. Robbins a threat to run. 7 stolen bases in 7 tries. Not close. 1-0. That misses high. Bochelle at the belt. There's a strike, outer half. Thigh high, 2-1.
2 pitches behind. He's able to groove that fastball low and away to his battery mate.
Breaking ball for a strike. It's 2-2. Swing and a miss. Bochelle comes from behind to strike out Borba for the second out of the inning.
Great job by Bochelle here in that batter phase to really live on the bottom part of the zone. He fell behind early, reestablished it with the fastball, then was able to show the breaking ball at the bottom part of the zone for a called strike, and that one right there, able to take it off the table to get him swinging over the top of it.
Let's head down to the field. Austin Ivan, how are things hanging out?
Guys, if you look up the definition of ambidextrous, there should be a picture of Adrian Rodriguez right next to it. At just 2 years old, he was not only switch hitting, but also switch throwing. His dad joked he was doing that before he could even talk. And as he got older, he never settled on a dominant hand, so his dad got him a custom glove that he could wear on either hand depending on where he was playing in the field or who he was pitching to on the mound. He only started to throw primarily as a righty his senior year of high school, and now he is the daily shortstop and continues to throw righty for the Longhorns. He still is a switch hitter though, and last year, as you guys mentioned, when he had that hand injury, he was only able to hit from the left side of the plate. That obviously was not phased because of his ability to switch hit. Head coach Jim Schlossnagle called him a special dude and a grinder.
I saw that he was switch hitting before he was potty trained. The 0-2 rolled weakly and foul. Ambidextrous pitchers. So interesting. The Mississippi State pitcher a couple years ago.
Right.
I think he's only throwing right now.
I don't know how you can make that mental connection from the muscle memory. I'm left-handed. I'm left side dominant. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
If I go to my non-dominant hand, it's not a pretty look.
It's fascinating if you're good enough to do it at this level. I mean, you can be a Friday starter and a Saturday starter. There goes the runner, slapped, foul. A little bit of hesitation from Millsap on the call. He was so, he was trying to get out of the way of the bounding ball down the third base line. He didn't really give a whole lot of conviction on this call.
Yeah, you see, he just barely kind of ballerina twists his way out, and then finally, after the hands go up.
Priorities, right?
Safety first, clearly.
I don't blame him. What an athlete, though. Getting out of the way of that bounding ball.
Yeah, great move.
That misses. 1-2. Try to backdoor breaking ball, misses away. Not close. 2-2.
Yeah, Cougar fans wanted it, but it was set up off the plate.
Robbins, the runner at first. The pitch rolled right to Helton, smothers it, taps the bag, and that will retire the side. One out single by Robbins, but he's left stranded. Middle of the 8th inning. Number 2, Texas 7, Houston 6. Texas back to the pin. Lefty Cal Higgins takes over. The 6th pitcher used for the Longhorns tonight.
Making his 7th appearance on the season, a 4.26 ERA across 6 1/3 innings. And he's entering with a 1-run lead, and he's hoping to keep it that way with a hold here with some quick work in the 8th as they hope to add some insurance runs when they go to the 9th.
I love how Schlossnagle built this pitching staff. He's got a bunch of talented arms, underclassmen, a couple of freshmen that are really high on. But he wanted to balance those underclassmen and those talented arms with some established guys. And that's what Cal Higgins is. Cal Higgins, the transfer from Western Kentucky. He's a redshirt senior. Started his career at Iowa Western as a JUCO. Made his way to WKU as a Hilltopper for 3 seasons. And has now found his way to Austin, and he finds his way into a high leverage situation. His team leading by 1 in the bottom of the 8th.
He was a multi-year bullpen guy for the Hilltoppers, and now towing the rover here in the burnt orange.
Last action was last Tuesday. Gave up a run on a hit in the midweek game against Tarleton. As the first pitch to Helton's a breaking ball that soars over McLean Helton. And I wonder if McLean Helton wishes he could have this one back.
Yeah, take a look at this pitch out of the hand that he never got on top of. And you see Helton, he ends up skirting down beneath it.
That might have been a little too high near the head for him to wear. As Helton takes a strike. 1-1. Helton 0 for 3. The lefty on lefty matchup. Tapper foul. Higgins gets in front. Likes what he sees ahead of the 1-2. Just downstairs, evens it up.
Not a bad presentation from Ermish. You saw he brought his glove up as he was making the process of the catch to present it at the bottom part of the zone. It was low.
Two tap to the right side. Mendoza's there, flips it over to first to get Helton by a step for the first out of the inning.
And so the left-on-left matchup is a success for Higgins on the mound. Good job of being able to finish off. That first pitch was out of his hand, but then after able to settle in nicely and then get that 4-3 induced ground ball for the first out.
Jackson now for Houston, hitless in 3 trips. High drive in the air to right center field. Robbins tracking back, looking up, and it's gone! Riley Jackson goes to the deepest part of the park for a solo homer to tie the game at 7.
See Jackson showing a lot of emotion as he comes home. He continues to hit for damage. And that right there is showing you what he can do and the excitement in front of that third base dugout. Take one more look at this. He got all of it.
That triangle area at Schrader Park is a long ways away. And Jackson goes there the other way to tie it up at 7 apiece. Easton Winfield to the box. Takes a strike, 0-1. Winfield solo homer to begin the 7th. The first of 3 runs in the inning. It's 2 for 3. Suddenly we're right back to where we started. In on the hands of Winfield.
It's officially a 408-foot long ball for Riley Jackson.
Sheesh. That's high. 2 balls and a strike. Lifted foul, third base side, count even at 2-2. Roller fair, smothered by Borba, race to the bag, not in time. Easton Winfield busted it down the line, legs it out for an infield single.
He has been a problem for his former team tonight and doing it in different ways. And that one right there, great hustle out of the box. Take one more look at this. It is that foot race, and he's able to touch that safety bag just before Borba is able to touch the white bag with that right foot.
Schlossnagle wants to go to the bullpen. Higgins allowing the game-tying home run, the infield single. He wanted him against this pocket, lefty, righty, lefty. And now Schlossnagle going to the bullpen. 7-7. Go ahead run at first base, one out in the 8th. Going down to the wire in Houston. Cougar fans into it now as their team has tied it up at 7. Riley Jackson, the solo home run. Easton Winfield legging at an infield single, and the crowd into it as Texas goes to the bullpen for their 7th pitcher of the game. Thomas Burns, right-handed junior, checking in.
And he is somebody that they've called on in leverage situations. 7 appearances on the season. He has 3 saves. You do see his ERA, though, 5.87 across 7 2/3. And he'll see what he can do to stop it here as the Cougars have got the long ball from Riley Jackson, that towering 408-foot blast to tie this game up. And they're hoping to add to it here to see if they can take the lead.
Suddenly a game. Remember, Texas halfway through led 7-0. Texas scored the first 7. Houston has scored the last 7. Jackson Lalima be the first hitter that Thomas Burns faces. Lalima has not been put out tonight. Now he's going to have to take an ice bath when it's all said and done. Got hit by a pitch in the same spot, lower back, and then had that ringing double. And scored twice. And he takes a strike, 0-1. Burns those 3 saves, a team high. One of their leverage guys, he delivers a strike at the knees, and it's 0-2.
He lights up the gun. That one right there, 96.
Becerra, Mansour, and Duplantier scheduled to bat for Texas in the 9th. 6, 7, 8. Lifted over our head and out of play. 0-2, lifted foul. Playing Lalima to Poole. Ooh, he just swung and missed and got hit. That's going to be a swing and a miss. It's a dead ball because it hit the batter, and there are 2 down. And Schlossnagle is just getting confirmation that it is a dead ball before he picked it up. And it's a swing and a miss. It hit the batter, so it's a dead ball. And that was interesting.
That's the 3rd pitch to hit him. Remember, you mentioned drilled twice in the back, and this one right here is swinging on a pitch inside, and it actually breaks further in and hits right off that shoulder.
That's some movement there by Burns, huh?
Yeah, that was filthy.
You get a swing and a miss at a ball that hits you. 2 down. Cade Climby. Downstairs, ball 1. Hard shot foul. Ball and a strike. Power versus power between Burns and Climby. Upstairs, ball 2. High and away, 3-1. Leadoff man Tyler Cox in the on-deck circle.
Cade Climby being very disciplined here in this approach. Laying off back 2 pitches. That one right there, fastball away. So good approach by him to protect.
Throw to first. Climby, evil intentions, but could not connect, and the count is full.
Yeah, the intent was obvious. 96 up, and he tried to see if he could put a charge into it.
A full count. Runner will be off with the pitch. That's away. Ball 4, and the go-ahead run is in scoring position for Houston. Good discipline by Climby. And it's Cox, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI and a run.
Number 11, Tyler Cox.
Strike 1, Cox takes the first pitch he sees from Burns over the zone.
So before that first pitch, we saw head coach Todd Whitting, making some adjustments, and he's still talking about what he's wanting. The captain of the offense from that top step of the dugout, making sure his base runners are on the same page.
Lifted foul, 0-2. Carson Tinney, the new backstop, sends Thomas Burns a new baseball. Line drive into right field, base hit. Winfield heading home. Here comes the throw to the plate, not in time. And Houston has their first lead of the night. Tyler Cox with a clutch 2-out RBI single to give Houston the lead.
Over the past couple weeks, his timing, everything's been syncing up at the plate, back in the leadoff spot, and right here delivering in his 5th plate appearance of the night. An 0-2 pitch he's able to put out to right field. You see right there, it's where I wanted it, and he was able to make him pay for it as he has given the Cougars the advantage.
Houston, a stunned Texas dugout as a 7-0 lead has flipped. Houston now suddenly looking for insurance. Whitting's going to take an offensive timeout. So Whitting will take an offensive timeout to talk to his club. I mean, you have options here, right? Cox runs pretty well at first. Climbey's at third. But you do have your best hitter in the box in Trey Broussard. You wouldn't think that Houston's going to put anything on with Broussard in the box unless he's behind in the count.
Yeah, and this, you can see there's a conversation happening, but at the bottom of your screen, you see a bat. That's Broussard. He's continuing to stay ready. The conversation is happening for everybody else but him.
Some activity in the Texas bullpen. As these midweek affairs for Texas in the last couple of weeks have come with a good amount of stress and anxiety. Texas has 6, 7, 8 due up in the 9th. Borba's playing in front of the runner. For now, he's going to hold the runner at first. Becerra even with the bag at third. As Broussard takes low, 1-0. Big swing, big miss. Oh, got to follow through interference there. Tinney fresh into the game, just got one in the back of the head.
Trey Broussard gave him a gesture making sure he was all right.
1-1. Swing and a miss at the off speed, 1-2. Now, if you were going to put something on, this is the time to do it. Heavy advantage for pitcher. And a 1-2 count. The 1-2. Checks his swing, pitch in the carpet. Evens things up at 2-2. That's in, ball 3. Cox now will be running with the pitch.
It was pressure pitches earlier that Cougar struggling to execute. It's been the pressure and the discipline approach by Cougar hitters now with Burns on the mound.
There goes the runner, pitch is high, that's ball 4. Broussard was behind at 1-2. 3 straight out of the zone, and it loads the bases for Blake Fields. Max Wiener heading to the mound. He's going to have a chat. Thomas Burns. 8 Houston runs in a row. Texas scored the first run of the game in the first. They added on 3 more in the fourth, 3 more in the fifth. It was 7-0 halfway through. The Cougars responding with 3 runs in the 5th inning, 3 more in the 7th, and a 2 spot in the 8th. And a chance for more with the bases loaded and 2 outs, looking for some insurance against this very good Texas offense.
And as we have seen, every pitch matters, especially when you just look here at the bottom of the 8th for the Cougars, able to maximize the opportunity. A big swing, some big takes, and now another big opportunity here for Fields, who will look to see what he can do to answer after being a strikeout victim his last 2 times up.
What a play by Tinney.
And new to the game in the frame, and we have seen him. He is doing a good job behind the plate. And that one right there, that's a run-saving stop.
Catcher RBI. Outside, ball 2, nowhere to put him. You take till you see it one? Or are you aggressive here, thinking that Burns has to come right down Broad Street?
I think you go 1 pitch, you can give a guy a green light, but it's got to be a fastball.
Not close, ball 3. Now there's no question about it. That's 6 straight out of the zone.
Exactly, and that right there, if you thinking he was going to potentially be grooving a fastball to reestablish, that's where you could have seen Fields with the big swing. Instead, that pitch wasn't close, and it was an easy take to recognize early.
Ball 4 high. Houston adds another run. Insurance run. They now lead by 2.
Huge, huge, huge takes here by the Cougars here of late. Trey Broussard looking at pitches of his own. Blake Fields making him earn pitches over the plate too, and happy to take to draw a free pass himself.
And that's going to end the night of Thomas Burns. 7 straight pitches out of the zone. Cougars now lead by 2, and they still have them loaded, looking for some even more insurance. Houston, 2-run lead, bases loaded, bottom of the 8th. Cade Bing, the new pitcher for Texas. Southpaw trying to stop the damage. Houston has scored 3 runs in the 8th. They have scored 9 runs since the bottom of the 5th. lefty junior Cade Bing.
And Bing right here, he's trying to see if he can just get them out of this inning. It was pitches out of the zone that had them add more runs to this lead here. He needs to be effective and work quickly with strikes over the plate to try to either get a ground out, fly out, a strikeout, something so they can get back into that dugout. But meanwhile, on the other side, they are down to just their final 3 offensive outs, and they trail by 2. But he's got to get out of this frame first.
Cade Bing has not recorded an out all year. Numbers see 0 outs, and they flip out. Tarleton State was his last appearance last Tuesday. He gave up 3 runs, facing 3 hitters. Gave up a hit, a walk, and a hit batter. So Bing, who has not recorded an out all year, enters with the bases loaded and 2 outs against Xavier Perez. Perez 1 for 4, had a long fly out in the 7th. It's 9-7 Houston. Perez, the 9th man to bat in the inning. And he watches 1 for strike 1. One's off the outside edge. Evens things up at a ball and a strike. Cox at third, Broussard at second, Fields at first. Big swing, big miss, 1-2. Becerra, Mansour, Duplantier scheduled in the Texas 9th inning. The 1-2. Pop foul. Perez stays alive.
So Cougar fans on their feet, the energy, they have been loud for a while now. Going back to that 7th inning. Really feel like the charge of this team has come alive for the fans as well here tonight at Trader Park.
Changeup misses high. I think Bing's lucky that he missed that high with that changeup. That floated in there. You float that into the zone, that could have gone awry.
Especially for Perez, who's such a good contact hitter.
It's 2-2. Chopper, foul, wide of third. The 2-2 lifted in the air to right. Duplantier is there as he drops to almost a knee to make the grab, and that will retire the side. We go to the 9th. Houston leading 9-7. Riley Jackson tying it. The Cougars plating 2 more. Houston 3 outs away from an upset. crazy line score. 7 runs, 3 hits, Texas. 9 runs, 10 hits, Houston. Texas, once upon a time, halfway through, led 7-0. Houston has scored 9 in a row. And Ryan Rodriguez on to try to slam the door for Houston, the southpaw senior.
Rodriguez, 9 appearances on the season, making his 10th appearance, but every one of those out of the bullpen here today, 23 2/3 inning, as he has scattered 17 hits and good strikeout numbers, 27 strikeouts, just 13 walks in those 23.23 or in 2/3 innings. And for Rodriguez, he is a 4-pitch mix: fastball, slider, curveball, changeup, and he'll see what he can do to get 3 quick outs and secure this big win for the Cougars in this rally tonight.
Through 73 pitches on Saturday. Gave up 4 runs on 5 hits and 3 2/3 at Kansas. Themel Becerra leads it off, and he takes the first pitch strike. 0-1. Becerra has reached in 3 of his 4 plate appearances. Lifting it fouls Becerra. It's 0-2. Rodriguez strictly out of the stretch. The 0-2 pitch. Popped off the mid of Jackson. Maybe he was trying to frame it up.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to bring it back down to the zone to present it and just didn't quite see it into the middle of the way.
Rodriguez still in front, ball and 2 strikes. Tipped into the mid, Jackson hangs on. Rodriguez the punch out, there's 1 out in the 9th.
Rodriguez, good job right here with going with the breaking ball and able to get him take one more look at this pitch. Nice movement, low and inside, going towards that back foot, and you saw Rodriguez shaking his head as he took a stroll around the mound.
Maddox Mansour, his 2nd plate appearance. 0 for 1. Did score a run when he came on as a pinch runner for Larson as he watches strike 1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Rodriguez way in front. High and away. Looking for a chase, changing the eye levels a bit of Mansour. Still in front, 1-2. Back foot breaking ball, it's 2-2. Inside, ball 3. Cougar faithful wanted it, it was in. You can even see Jackson flip the wrist.
Yeah, but here's the thing, you don't want to be nibbling when you get ahead in the count. So for Rodriguez, he's got to come back over the plate. Can't get cute on the corner.
Yeah, walk would bring up the tying run for Texas. High pop in the air, medium right. Perez the grab, 2 outs. Jaden Duplantier represents the last chance for Texas. Has reached twice in his 4 plate appearances. Perez doing some coaching from right.
Yeah, saying watch out for the bunt.
Yeah, for Duplantier, it's any way, anyhow. You know, he has to get on base by any means necessary. And he takes a strike, 0-1. Duplantier hitting a home run and getting a single here is pretty much the same thing. As long as the tying run comes to the box, it's a win for Duplantier. Lima is playing deep at third. Rodriguez is ahead 0-2 to his 3rd hitter in a row. And Texas down to its final strike as the fans at Schrader Park, some are on their feet. Swing and a miss. Houston stuns number 2 Texas. The first Cougar win over a top 2 team in the country since 2009. First ranked win since Wake Forest in the season opener. And the first time with a top 2 victory since beating arch rival Rice in the 2009 season. And Kyle, they do it in come from behind fashion. They were down 7-0 halfway through this one.
And that's the thing, you know, they stayed the course. They were able to build some momentum. They got that rebound inning they needed to answer quickly, get in the bottom of the 5th when they were down 7-0 to make it 7-3. They got some good look out of the bullpen by Harrison Boschel, who was exactly what they needed from the bullpen, bridging that gap the rest of the way. And then they were able to get the offense to come alive, and it was the unanswered runs back-to-back, 3 spots for them in the 7th and the 8th. And Ryan Rodriguez, the lefty, showing you he's got some swing and miss stuff, able to shut the door.
Yeah, you're right about Boschel, unsung hero. He is the winning pitcher, his first victory of the year as Houston defeats Texas by a final score of 9-7. Let's head down to Austin Ivan with the winning head coach, Todd Whitting.
Coach, what changed from the time I talked to you in the 5th inning, down 7-0, to mounting this comeback and knocking off the number 2 team in the country?
Well, one thing about this bunch that I've said, I'm pounding into them, they never quit playing. They play so hard. The game hasn't really been rewarding them at all. They played hard last week. It didn't work out tonight. It was down 7-0. They just kept grinding. I mean, I'm just on them in that dugout. Just don't quit, because you can just kind of tell that game's not over with. And as soon as we started throwing strikes, maximize our time on offense, and went our way.
Not quitting, but what can you say about your team's ability to stay within themselves after they get down?
Yeah, they did. I mean, they held it together. You never really felt any panic over there. We knew the problem. It was throwing strikes, right? But they had a couple hits on the board. They scored a bunch of runs. So if we could just get them stopped and start doing our thing on offense, I had a feeling we could at least make it close and we don't win it.
After a big win like this, how much momentum is now carried over into the weekend series against Baylor?
They needed that one. Their psyche needed that one because we've had some really tough breaks lately. So I'm glad it worked out for them.
All right. Thanks, Coach. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, down 1 going into the 8th inning. What was the mindset as you stepped up to the plate?
I was just trying to hit a double, get on, so we could score some runs, stay in the right center gap, and it sneaked over the wall. So
did you know that one was out, or not right away?
Not right away. No, I didn't know it was out.
What were the conversations like in the dugout as you guys continued to slowly mount this comeback?
We were just trying to stay positive, and we knew that we were going to eventually get some hits and score some runs, so we were just staying positive the whole time. So,
what do you hope this team carries over after a big win like this as you now get into this weekend series against Baylor?
I think if we just keep on doing what we're doing, fight and compete, and we'll be good. So.
All right, well, congratulations. That was a fun one.
Thank you. Go Cougs.
Guys.
Thank you, Austin. Riley Jackson dropping the Go Cougs there at the end as the Cougars storming from behind to beat Texas. tell you. They trailed 7-0.
And I think that's the thing, you know, when you go back to last week, they were 0-4, but they were in every game. And head coach Todd Whitting saying, you know, they just didn't get the break that they needed. They were down early, but they stayed within themselves, as you heard Austin talk about, and they were able to keep that confidence, keep that energy. And Coach Whitting talks about their effort, never wavering during that time as they were able to come all the way back.
Just the 4th loss for Texas this season as they drop back-to-back midweeks. Houston hoping this propels them going forward. Their first top 2 victory since 2009. It's going to wrap it up for us. For Kyle Rogers, Austin Ivan, and our entire production crew, I'm Jeremy Branham saying so long from Schrader Park, where the final score, Houston 9, number 2 Texas 7. All games airing on the ESPN networks are streaming live and archived on the ESPN app. This has been a presentation of ESPN.